we get one of the most complicated comparisons in death battle history, and the paranormal adventuring cartoon dogs do battle. Tongue twister aside, we got that and more on today's episode of BrobusCast Death Battle Edition.
You want to do that again?
Nope. Hey everyone, and welcome to another episode of BrobusCast. I am your still recovering host, Brobuscus. With me today is ZDogg.
Oh, geez, Scoob, we're gonna be in for a rough time, a rough one.
And we also have Richard. Are you done?
Hi.
That cheer was so powerful that Discord couldn't handle it.
I was expecting it, but I also was not expecting it at the same time. Oh, dear. Okay.
All right, well, now that Richard has let all that out of his system,
For now.
hi everybody. Yeah, for now. Hi everybody.
Hope you all are doing well.
How y'all doing? Hope you're doing well today. I'm still recovering. If you don't know, watch my Gojo Makima reaction. It literally just came out today as we're recording. And by that I mean it came out like 2 weeks ago. I mean what? Well, actually, ZDogg's editing this one, so I don't know when he's going to get this finished.
Might be a little faster. You never know. Don't underestimate me.
True.
Or don't show me the... I don't know. Well,
Semantics.
but, semantics, yeah. So, yeah. Hope you get better soon, regardless.
Please get better.
It's getting better by the day. I'll say that. You guys should have seen me on Sunday. That was bad. I'm actually, we didn't talk about this last time because I don't think we felt the need to. But the episodes don't come out early anymore, at least for now.
Nope.
And while that's like kind of annoying, it's actually a little bit of a blessing in disguise for this episode because because if it did come out early, I probably wouldn't have done a video on it.
There you go. And hey, it was a blessing. It was also a blessing for me because I was going out that day to meet my sister for lunch. So that was nice. So I didn't have that episode looming over me. That was nice to know.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. Well, speaking of, we've been alluding to the episode. How about we actually talk about it? That's kind of why we're here.
I am excited to talk about this. Let's go.
It's actually great because we all three of us have at least one thing to talk about that that we're pretty excited for.
Yeah, baby.
I'm okay.
You okay?
I'm okay. I'm okay.
I think your little stunt took a little too much out of you.
It's okay. I've taken Jim Carrey's magical energy elixir. It will give me all the energy I need.
Cool. Well, we're gonna need you to temper it for a minute. Let's let ZDogg have his turn first because Gojo versus Makima just came out. And
it's super good. Oh my gosh. I really enjoyed it, to say the least. Skipping straight to that. Oh my gosh. Alright, so first things first before, get too out of hand. Results. Yo,
Richard, high five.
Yeah.
Indeed, because above heaven and earth, Gojo was the victorious one in this bout. Which, I mean, yeah, it's just I mean, I can't complain too much, to be truthfully honest, because
I think it's the outcome we all preferred anyway.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
a murderous psychopath died. I think we can all rest easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Gojo goat won, yeah.
That's
so,
true too. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, with a match as close as this one, I mean, I can't blame myself for thinking the other side would win. So I mean.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And I mean, they went.
Our guest, especially when our guest in this episode did a great job laying down both sides.
Yeah,
absolutely. So, again, and I mean, when it comes to the episode itself, I mean, I think they did a very good job explaining, why they came to the reasoning of Gojo winning. So, I mean,
oh yeah,
I can't really complain. So, I mean, they really went over a lot of the points that were really important to this match, and I mean, they all made sense to me, so I can't really blame them.
Shout out to DJ Tiki for adding in some very good editing techniques for the end explanation. That was very good.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. I do want to say more in-depth verdicts are always welcome.
Yes. DJ Tiki did ask a question on Twitter on whether or not people want to see more long, in-depth explanations discussing the winner, or should they just keep them short?
I mean,
obviously,
some matches don't need a super in-depth reasoning,
Hulk versus Doomsday.
Well, that one does, because that one had a lot of factors to it. But there was a lot going on there.
Yeah, but it's not like Omni-Man Homelander, for example. I don't think you need.
I didn't want to bring that up as an example because that feels like the obvious pick, but yeah.
Well, I mean, it's the obvious pick for a reason.
True.
Or you can have a matchup that's say Zeno Trunks versus Archie Silver, where a longer in-depth explanation is definitely more needed and necessary. But I think with this episode, if they are going to do, and I hope they do, if we're going to get longer explanations, DJ's editing can definitely go a long way in making it very entertaining.
Yeah.
Me and Bro, we called it. Again, we high five. But truth be told,
I was not confident at all, though. So don't give me too much credit.
I
was 2 seconds away from flipping my vote.
I'm very happy that this matchup was as close as it was. I definitely don't blame anybody for sticking with Makima. Honestly, on a good day, I think she had the potential to win. It's just the certain circumstances and what their reasoning was for why Gojo would win the majority. I can believe that. I again, the longer explanation helped. See, that's just it. It really, if they had just kept it very short, there would have been more questions that I don't think the black boxes would have been a good cover-up for.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
But I mentioned DJ a lot. The editing, the analysis.
Yeah.
What do y'all think?
They're good. Makima's more so. If I was to put that in there, that's not an unpopular opinion. Most people seem to prefer Makima's analysis over Gojo's. Gojo's was fine. I just like I think I will like slightly agree with the I don't know if I consider this a complaint, more so like a small nitpick, was that Gojo's analysis felt more like what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say reading off of like a Versus Battles wiki page, because that sounds like super demeaning, but
it sounded too heavily scripted.
I don't know. And let me clarify. His analysis was fine. I enjoyed it.
Play-by-play. That's it. It felt like a play-by-play.
Yeah. Play-by-play is probably the best way to describe it. I guess like it makes more sense for it to happen to Gojo instead of Makima, because Makima is more like more of a complicated. Well, I don't want to say complicated character, but like. Because Limitless is really weird, but
it is.
Agreed.
But I guess like because a lot of Makima's like story and abilities are manga exclusive for the time being.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of people probably would like not experience it. Like it felt like, because I know like a lot of like Gojo's like. I know the anime isn't like caught up to the manga, obviously, but I get like most of it is like compared to Makima, like a lot of that, like a lot of Makima's weirder stuff hasn't been adapted yet, so it's probably a lot more interesting of that in comparison.
Yeah.
So I can get that.
I guess there's also just more like because. Admittedly, I haven't watched a lot of Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm still like kind of picking away at it, but Gojo's role seems more like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like more of like the presence type of character. Like he does have like a. Most of the time when people say like, yeah, this character is more of a presence than a character. They usually mean that to say that the character's pretty like boring, but like when they're on screen, you know that shit's about to go down. Gojo's not entirely like that, but like that's the best way I can describe his role, because he doesn't do a lot. But when he does do something, it's like a big deal, you know. Whereas Makima is a bit more like in your face in the story, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
This makes it sound like I prefer Makima over Gojo, which is false. But like Gojo is more of like a. Again, I don't want to say like I'm trying to describe it the best way I can. Like, I don't know. Makima just seems like she has more of like an effect on the story, I guess, if that makes sense. Like there's more of like there's more story beats to talk about for her than there is for Gojo, especially since her story is done. I mean, she's reincarnated, but like I said in the episode, that's not Makima, so that's fine. Meanwhile, Gojo's story, as far as I know, is still going. So it's less. There's you're more you have more flexibility. Spoilers aside, to talk about Makima's story than Gojo's, if that makes sense. Which is probably why the analyses feel the way they do.
I can, yeah. I get it.
I mean, I definitely concur. I feel like there was a bit of attention put onto telling Makima's story since the anime isn't fully caught up. It's not even a fraction caught up to the manga.
No, yeah.
So they definitely had to rely on telling a coherent and complete story with Makima and where her character started and where her current character currently is. And yeah, that involved them going into heavy spoilers, but I feel like it benefited very, very greatly from going this direction rather than Gojo, where it just felt like it was a play-by-play. You got short story beats, and it mostly was about, okay, now here's what he can do. It does, the writing feels clunky when it's going back between the two. It does feel like the best parts of the analysis definitely went to Makima. Again, probably because nobody hasn't caught up and read the manga yet. So this was probably a blessing in disguise for Makima, but it just left Gojo kind of feeling like, okay, well, here's the stuff Gojo did, and here's what his powers are. Here's what his biggest feat comes out to in terms of calculable speed, strength, and all that. It did. I don't want to say it felt like Goku Black in his analysis, but it definitely had elements of just feeling like one was more favored over the other in terms of which one is going to get a better complete retelling of the story and where their character ends up.
I mean, I say all that. Like I said, I still like Gojo's analysis, but
I can understand that.
I just like Makima's more. I prefer both Gojo and Jujutsu Kaisen over Makima and Chainsaw Man.
Yeah, so there's a lot of irony. There's a lot of irony going on in this.
Yeah.
Well, I do want to ask, as someone who actually did read all of Chainsaw Man Part 1 in preparation for this episode, what was the weirdest thing in Makima's analysis to you guys? I'm actually curious that you haven't heard.
The fact that Denji had to eat her, no contest.
Yeah, oh my god. Me and Brobuscus are on the same wavelength. I mean, because all the other shit she did, look, I have seen some pretty grotesque and fucked up shit in fiction, anime, media, TV, video games. So the stuff that Makima did really isn't that surprising, but the ending of her character just being she's eaten by Denji, and not in the way that Denji was hoping for, ironically.
God damn it.
Sorry.
I hate you so much.
But, you love me. It was great. I don't say great because that's a little fucked up when you think about it, that he's eating a human being, But
the thing is, my reasoning is everything else that Makima's done, I've heard that she's done it before. It's still screwed up, and I don't like hearing about it, but it's I've heard that she's done this before. I heard when I was hearing that Denji was cut her to shreds. I knew that. But I figured that was it. I didn't know that he also had to eat her.
Yes.
And he was thoroughly into it. He still loved her despite all the shit she put him through. Him eating her was an act of love. I'm wait, what? Okay.
Weird.
Can you tell why I haven't finished catching up to Chainsaw Man yet?
Whether in a good way, that is up to personal, whatever. But because So as someone who did actually fully catch up to at least Part 1 of Chainsaw Man, I will say I did enjoy hearing all that coverage, and I was just legit curious because to an outsider, some of the stuff may seem odd, especially just eating a Nazi's out of existence.
Okay, I did not know about that. That was weird to learn about too.
Yeah, But yeah, I mean, I do agree. I do like. I thought Gojo's was alright, but I think I do prefer Makima's overall analysis wise. And this is coming from someone who actually does prefer Chainsaw Man to JJK, at least at the moment. So
But you still prefer Gojo.
Yeah, I'm definitely on the side.
Yeah, look at my kid.
I'm definitely on the side that Brobuscus is on. I just feel like, okay, look, in terms of overall, because again, I look for the story aspect and the versus stuff second when it comes to the analysis of Death Battle, and I just, gotta say, as fucked up and a piece of shit that Makima was, her whole story and how it was told really paints a picture about her character. It's like, it literally is a person who wants to experience love and camaraderie, but the problem is she's going about it the wrong way. And in the end, she does experience what true love is, and ironically, it's the true love that keeps her from coming back.
Yeah, admittedly, this Makima's whole mental process is a lot more layered than I thought it was.
Yeah.
Because I remember we were talking about it with Billy, and he kept saying that Makima was a bigger piece of shit than Homelander, and I'm sitting here with hindsight, and I'm like, is she though?
I would disagree. She's really not. I mean, look, yes, Makima did some fucked up shit, and she is a scumbag. But
oh yeah, no,
she
for
had
sure.
Nothing excuses that. But when you sit down and look at her motivation, yes, I'll agree that it's similar to Homelander's because both of them do fucked up shit to feel a sense of love and companionship, but both of them don't go about it the same way. See, that's just it. Homelander does it for the attention, and therefore, in his mind, he believes getting attention will give him love and fame. Whereas Makima, she is just doing this as an experiment. That's the best way I can put it. She carries on through these horrible acts as a overall experiment. Can she feel love like everyone else? And by the end, she gets a taste of that love while the other person is tasting and devouring her. Again, not in the way that Denji wants.
I will actually server mute you.
Okay, fine. That's the last one, I swear. But it gives you, if anything, you know what her analysis and overall character remind me of? It very much reminds me of Eobard Thawne more than anything else.
A little bit, now that you say it.
Yeah, because both are human beings that are trying to have something that any human being would want. They just go about it in a sick, twisted way, because that's just it. In Makima's own fucked up way, she does like and love Denji.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So. Yeah, my thing is I mean, I guess you could argue that Makima's actions are more screwed up than Homelander's. I could see the argument for that.
For sure.
But the difference is that, at least from my perspective, the difference is that with Homelander, I think he recognizes that his actions are messed up, but he just doesn't care.
Yeah.
Whereas Makima, I don't know if I'd say she doesn't realize that it's screwed up, because she probably does. But it's she, I don't know. It feels less like I can do whatever the hell I want, and more so I just want to feel affection, I guess.
I want to feel feelings. I want to go through the motions. I want to feel the butterflies in the stomach.
Yeah. Because you need to remember, I know the anime hasn't adapted this yet, but you need to remember that Makima, she may look like a human, but she's not. She is a devil.
She's a devil.
Yeah.
But she's a devil she's a devil that wants to feel emotions, but obviously, she's still a devil. She's still a screwed up being she's still got to die.
Exactly. Yeah, she's a literal wolf in sheep's clothing.
I guess you could say the devil's in the details in that case.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and then the editing. So this one's an interesting. This was an interesting case because everything in the analysis previews that came out, that was all Parker. But everything after that was DJ.
I guess we should explain why that is.
I guess I mean, you make it sound like it's like a super
it's
depressing.
It's not a big deal. I'm just.
Okay, so I don't know what happened, and frankly, I don't really care because it doesn't seem like it's like it doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like anybody's dwelling on it. Also, it's not our business. But my chair just tried to. I need a new chair. The arm on my chair just keeps trying to break off, and it just tries to murder me. Anyways, so Parker's not editing Death Battle anymore. What the reasoning was, or what caused this whole thing to happen in the first place, was not given to us. Would I like to see an answer on that in the future? Sure, but do I need it right now? Not really. From the sound of things, it sounds like it was a mutual leave, I guess.
Which, I mean, better than it being on bad terms, I guess. So.
Right, sure. I would think it was like a contract running up, but I feel like if that was the case, I feel like Parker would be contracted more for like the rest of the year, right?
Yeah, there would be more transparency if it was just a contract expiring and ending.
Well, I don't know if I'd say transparency is the issue, but I'd say like if his contract were to run up, then I don't know. Obviously, I don't know, so I don't want to make assumptions. I don't want to like be like
neither do I.
Like, I don't want to be like this is what happened because I don't know what happened, and frankly, I don't care. But it sounds like to me like if I feel like if Parker, if his contract ran up, then it would have been at the end of the season, not almost near the end. So I think what happened, if I'm going to take a guess, I don't. This is just a guess. I don't want to see anyone like doom posting in the comments. I don't want to see my words taken out of context like the researchers do. I think personally that Parker just left.
On their own terms.
Yeah. Which he just left for his own. I would like to take it a step further and say and speculate he probably left because of his own personal reasons.
Yeah. Exactly.
I am like super doubtful that it was anything to do with like bad blood with the Death Metal crew. I guess I could see the argument that maybe he thought that like maybe it was just more stressful than he thought, because Death Metal edits are very in depth, I guess is the word I'm looking for.
Especially recently. I
guess it was just more of an undertaking than he was prepared for. I don't know. Again, I'm just making assumptions here.
Whatever the case, if Parker, if you are watching this, we wish you well, and you've done good for the show, and just hope you're doing all right.
Yeah,
hope you do all right in the future.
Here. Yes, here. I will miss you working alongside DJ, but I respect your personal life and your choices, and I just hope that you have a good future ahead of yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, for a final, like, basically goodbye for the show, he did really good along with DJ. So really made all the panels like pop. There was a lot of colorful, like
you and DJ were literally the best parts of this season in terms of the technical aspect.
Yeah.
So everybody just respect Parker's privacy. Don't bug him. Don't make fucking assumptions. Just let the poor guy do what he's got to do.
Exactly.
Yeah. I also just really hope that, like, no shade gets thrown at, like, I mean, obviously no shade thrown at Parker, but nothing thrown at, like, any of the other crew or Rooster Teeth or whoever. Because I know, like, it's very easy to blame, like, the higher ups, the employees. I understand that. I know it's, like, easy to throw blame around, but I just think that's dangerous. I think it's a dangerous thing to do, to just, like,
really is.
Like, if you don't know, then just leave it.
Exactly.
Yes, I agree.
Exactly.
Agreed. But in his place, DJ
Wait.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Sorry.
I was gonna say, if it might be better to leave it for the next one if it's what I think.
Fair enough. We'll do that.
I will say part of what Richard was probably going to say, I will say now, is that DJ did get promoted to lead editor. So all the edits go to him now.
Thank you.
That is exactly what I was gonna say.
Oh, apologies. I thought you were.
No.
But
DJ,
I won't say anything too much on it just yet, because we're gonna save it for the next one. But for those wondering, do they have other editors to fill in Parker's place? Because if they didn't, then it would just be DJ, and no, the guy needs to sleep. So to those wondering, yes, they do have other editors, and I'm going to leave it at that for the time being. Stay tuned to the next one.
Exactly. Stay tuned for later, where we'll get into that. But for now, let's get into this fight, shall we? Was there anything else? Sorry, don't want to get too.
No. I have nothing else to say on the edits. Again, like we said, Parker did a good job for his final hurrah. DJ, of course, what can I say? It's like it's like saying the sky is blue. DJ did good. There you go. That's all you need.
Did we also forget to mention that DJ wrote this episode?
Yes. Thank you for reminding us. Yes, he did write this.
Yeah, I mean, I think we might have brushed over it when talking about the results, but yeah, this is DJ's third work for the show, writing-wise, and again,
I mean, Liam
really damn good.
I mean, Liam did step in a little bit, but but this is DJ's baby for the year.
DJ was the one in the driver's seat.
Yeah, indeed. Again, really damn good work, if I do say so myself.
Yes, it is, DJ. Your writing for episodes continue to get better and better. I'm very excited to see what you've got cooking. If this is your first and only episode of the year, then I'm very excited to see what you bring to the table next season.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Also, God, I'm really curious how he was able to juggle that on top of editing half the episodes this year.
Yeah. Well, I imagine he wrote the episode in advance and then edited it.
On top of researching too.
Gosh.
I got nothing. Again, editing is good. AKA, water is wet.
Indeed.
All right, now is it fight time?
Yeah.
All right. This fight slaps.
I mean, you know. I mean, you're in for a good time when we start with that setup.
Oh yeah, that setup.
Yeah. Oh my god. So yeah. Well, first of all, just saying, we're not. I know we're not there yet, but very cute detail to have. Well, first of all, to have, of course, Makima watching movies, very fitting for Chainsaw Man.
Yeah,
and as a whole, she is a cinephile. But just saying, extremely fitting that they were playing Jack vs. Afro, which peak episode. First of all, and second, I mean, especially since one of the voice actors for was Samurai Jack, right?
Yeah,
it was Samurai Jack, who. Since Samurai Jack's voice actor is the official voice of Gojo, that's pretty cute.
Yeah, that's cute.
Yes. Yeah, so technically Kaiji Tang did have a cameo in this episode.
I'm convinced that they picked that episode specifically for that reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Although other people have speculated why they also chose that specific episode, but that's more for the next time.
True.
True.
Hey, anytime I get to see... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was about to say that, I guess out of all of Kaiji's episodes, that was probably the best one to pick, because that's probably like the most unanimously praised one, but then I remembered that he was All Might, and I'm like, oh, okay, wait, never mind.
It's pretty diverse in that regard.
Well, okay. Hey, any chance I get to see one of my favorite fights ever done on the show, playing in the fight itself on a big screen, being watched by two people and a buttload of cameos in the background. Hey, that's good for me. That is awesome. I remember Sean and everyone else were tagging me, saying, "Oh my God, did you see that? Did you see that?" I was like, "Yes, I'm very happy." I'm very happy.
God.
It was cool. No joke. I watched this before when this preview came out. I watched this opening preview segment like maybe 10, 12 times, like more than Frieza versus Megatron, for God's sakes.
Right.
But I'll get into why.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
But yeah, so already a great setup. It's in character. And I like the idea that it's taking place inside a strip mall. That's even better. I love strip malls that have movie theaters in them.
There you go. So yeah. I was gonna say, and gotta say, because that's where we get our first look at the sprite work for this episode, and
okay, who? Who made these?
If I had to take a guess, I'm pretty sure it was probably Origin, but I haven't seen Origin post anything, so it could have been Origin. I don't know. Nothing's come out about it yet.
I can look it up because I am a nerd and took notes of all the credits. Yes, I'm being serious.
That's fair enough. That's going to come in handy for the next matchup. But
Soria Tith, sure, we'll go with that. All right, so that was a sprite artist. Good job, you.
Cool.
Yeah.
Good job. Very good job.
Very nice work. These were so clean.
These are the cleanest sprites, of the sea. Maybe next to Bill versus Discord, but still, these are some clean sprite work. And oh my God, the sprite rigging is on point.
It does look like it's like there's one scene that it looks a little janky at the start, but everything else is just
there's one shot from Makima where the sprite rigging looks like a little stiff, but it's on screen for literally 1 second, so I don't care.
My favorite shot, literally going back to the beginning, for the sprite is when Gojo is being obnoxious as hell in the movie. During the movie, you can see Makima's eyes just slowly deadpan.
Slowly dead. Yeah, just like okay.
He's like, is this motherfucker serious? That was good. And also, I know we're bringing this card out early, but can we please talk about fucking Mono? Oh, I'm sorry, Moro.
Oh, yes, Moro. Yeah, Moro. Oh my God, Moro. What the hell?
Good lord.
Literally, all of the hand-drawn shots in this episode look so good.
Again, especially during the beginning where we see Gojo falling down, he's got his hands behind his head. That shot looks good. Yeah. And then when we pan up to Makima, the camera slowly is coming towards her, and you see the sprite transition into the hands.
Okay, yeah, dude. I don't understand how these people are able to like transition from sprites to hand drawn like seamlessly.
It's like what's on cast. It just becomes so seamless. Like it's science. They've like mastered the art of transitioning from sprite to hand drawn, and it's beautiful.
It reminds me of Stitch versus Rocket. Whenever we had that shot of Stitch with all the guns pointed at him, you see the sprite on screen for a couple seconds, and it beautifully transitions to the hand-drawn shot near seamlessly. But here, it's like, oh no, Moro fucking upped his game now.
Really good.
Oh my God, all the hand-drawn shots are just so good, and they do. Once they come on screen, it's like, oh my God, like there are no bad lines. There's no nothing. His artwork is just clean.
It really is.
Gosh. Also too, they did the toilet joke.
They did it in the analysis, so they had to.
Subtle foreshadowing that. I love it.
DJ, you clever boy. Clever man.
Yeah. I got a good laugh anime, I gotta say. First viewing. Gosh.
I also, oh my goodness, I just want to just say that this fight goes fast, but it is definitely something that it goes fast, but you're definitely loving the ride. It feels great to watch.
Yeah. It's exhilarating. It feels like, it does feel a little short, but like it also feels like there's a lot happening. Like it's just ability after ability, like awesome shot after awesome shot, like awesome line after awesome line. It's just yes, like oh my God.
It does, and especially the ending. I think the ending is probably the highlight of this.
Yeah.
Again, another fucking fake out. I wouldn't even call it a fake out. It's close to a fake out, but it's not an actual fake out.
I guess.
But I love the aesthetic of Makima having Gojo chained up like a dog. She's expecting she's literally expecting the win to go to her immediately. And then all of a sudden, Gojo just flips that around, and you get that awesome shot.
I saw someone complain in the Discord that Makima like laughing uncontrollably was like super out of character, and then Liam was like, I disagree. Liam said like I disagree and posted a scan from the manga for doing that exact thing.
I was gonna say
I'm just like, well, like. Once again, people not realizing what the term out of character really means.
Again, look, is it in character for her is it not in character for her to do this? To laugh uncontrollably? Yes, it is in character, but I think in terms of the moment, it did feel like, okay, did kind of feel out of nowhere. I don't want to say felt out of character. It just felt out of nowhere for the character to do.
I get why she. I don't know if I agree with that. From her perspective, she might have I don't think she expected Gojo to just break free of it. So I'm sure she just thought she won right there. In which case, yeah, do a little voting. I completely get that. But
I don't know. Tomatoes, I guess.
Exactly. So
I guess it's just weird because I'm an anime only, and Makima in the anime is super calm all the time.
Yeah.
But if that's just straight up a thing from the manga, then it's well, okay.
Agreed.
It's just funny to me because I've noticed it a lot lately. I guess it's died down a little bit this year, but it was especially bad last year because people just kept throwing the out of character complaint around like it was a freaking buzzword.
Yeah.
Did you know that I saw people? Would you believe me if I said that I saw people say that Vegeta was out of character?
Okay. Well, I would make. Okay. You know where I stand on that. I won't say he's out of character. He's just not the right character.
No.
That's all I'm going to say on that. Why are you making me remember the episode that I constantly said every episode, therefore after, was better than that? And somehow, surprisingly, you decided to torture me by putting it in the damn top 5.
Hey, that was your own damn fault.
Yeah. Look, I am not hardcore.
There's probably a more out there comparison I could have made, but that was the first one that came to mind, and I just thought it was ridiculous. So
yeah, fair enough.
So yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either. Look, I'm not a huge fan of Chainsaw Man, so I can't really say if it bothered me. Granted, it did come out of nowhere, and I was like, it's like, geez, that's a bit out of nowhere. You think you got this matchup won pretty easily, huh? But didn't feel like it was out of character to me. Again, we're the wrong people. Me and Brobuscus and I are the wrong people.
Yeah, both me and Kodo, who's read the manga, didn't think she was didn't feel like that was out of character. But I guess just different interpretations, different how people view the character. I don't know.
Yeah, no.
Regardless,
I just think it's funny. I just think it's funny that people complain about out of character stuff again.
Yeah.
But either way, yeah,
regardless,
I don't know.
that shot. I'm sorry.
No, you can go ahead. I was going to say that I really wish I had more to say on this fight.
Yeah, same.
Okay, well, I guess going back to what that one scene, just Gojo breaking free of her control, and then all of his wounds healing, and then his leg growing back, and oh gosh, the domain expansion looks so clean. Oh my god. It's just stunning to look at. I don't think I can say that when I don't think I can say that enough when describing this fight. All of it just looks stunning. Just props all around to the the animation team on this, because all of it just looks so good. And backtracking a little, not just the ending shots, just the sword shots, the wolf that Makima summons, the chain scene. Oh my gosh, the chain scene is so clean. Oh my god. Dear gosh, that such a cool shot, and it was executed perfectly. There's I don't know. Like, really, like the only complaint I can have about this fight is that, like, well, even then, is that it does go back to feeling like it's a little short on the short side, but also, when they do this much with it, and like when they do this much with it, I can't really complain. So like, it kind of gets like nullified in that sense. So
there's definitely only so much you can do.
Yeah, and I think they did excellent with what they did manage to do with it. So I mean, props to them.
Yeah,
I will say if you look very closely in the what is it, the Unlimited Void? There's a shit ton of like memes and jokes and inside jokes and cameos.
Including these that may or may not be going on screen right now.
Indeed. So, hey, I mean, it's your decision. I did not know about those. I did not know about those last two. Okay.
Yes, and
I know that one. I don't know. I don't remember his name because I don't care. But that one anime swordsman character who keeps getting memed like crazy recently.
There's another one featuring a good friend of ours who was on the podcast with us. He made it in there.
Wait, what? I don't know about this.
Yes, it's there. It happened.
Okay.
Here's the obvious. Here's the obvious one that everybody is freaking out about. That involves.
I've seen this.
Freaking. I didn't realize the top one. Okay. But
we just got.
Yeah, you look at the top.
Yep, we just got swanned.
Yeah, we did.
We got Mitchelled and we got swanned at the same time.
I'll say it, yeah. And of course, because it's a Liam fight, you got to get a Columbo cameo in there.
There you go.
Of course, we're gonna keep getting him until he appears on the show properly.
We are absolutely gonna get Light versus Columbo at some point.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whether you like it or.
Yeah, whether you like it or not.
Agreed.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, I really wish I had like more to add onto this, but like, but I don't. I mean, this isn't my fight, so I mean, it's good. It's really good. But yeah, it's a really, really solid fight. That's all I can really add to it.
Yeah, no. Again, I'm deeply sorry that I don't have anything to offer on this. This animation was good. It was just too fast for me. It didn't feel like there was hardly any room to breathe. There was a lot of action going on. Except towards the end, you got that little moment where everything's just kind of building up to the climax. The kill death, while creative and very colorful, obviously, it didn't do anything for me. I guess it just felt like okay, but yeah. I also just again, it was a little nice animation, and I actually love. We didn't even talk about this. We kind of skipped over it. Death Battle introduced a new scenario system for this episode for the animation.
Yeah, just a little bit.
So yeah, I actually like that there was they introduced that, and there was a story reason why Gojo was going after Makima, and how they were able to make it work. Because I would imagine that, again, as somebody who is not a fan or expert on mangas or series, that it would have been a stretch to just make up a story reason as to how both of them could be there for this little simulation. So I like that they were like, okay, we're putting them both in the same city, and Gojo has been dispatched to go take care of Makima. So I like that. Very good. Yeah, no. So I would have to say that just in terms of the animation, this isn't my favorite 2D sprite fight of the season, but it's not. I can definitely promise you, ZDogg, it ain't going at the bottom. I can tell you that.
I will take that.
It is. It definitely feels like, okay, I think the problem is I'm not the target audience for this episode or for this animation to really land. I think that is the problem. It's a me thing. It feels like this is just for people who like it or who are really into it, because I've never seen Chainsaw Man. I've heard about it. I never read the manga. I've never heard or played, or I've never heard or watched Jujutsu Kaisen. So I was really out of my element here. And unfortunately, but I will say this, just the fight was fun to watch. I really like it when it's just fun. And that's the best thing I can take out away from it. I had a good time, and rewatching it, it makes me appreciate it more. It's something that just keeps me coming back. And when we get to it, not the next segment, but the segment after, there is one thing that'll keep me coming back to this episode.
All right.
It's not what you're thinking. But I do. I liked this. Yeah, I pretty much made my repeat stuff. I like the animation. It's good. It's fun. You know.
Well, I guess. Oh, sorry.
I'm saying no. Sorry. It fixed the itch that both fans were having, and hey, everybody seems to like it so far, including ZDogg. So it did its job.
Yeah, I guess that transitions over to my general thoughts. I mean, if you couldn't tell, I really like this animation. And as someone who has at least seen Jujutsu Kaisen Season 1 and what's airing of Season 2, and watched Season 1 of Chainsaw Man and actually read something via catching up with the manga. Yeah,
this fan actually reads? What?
I know, right?
I know. I thought he was just saying that to put me and Bro down.
I actually did it. What do you mean? Yeah. Thought it was going to kill me.
Are you saying me and Bro don't read?
No, I mean, you didn't know. You just didn't read this time, and that's fine.
Richard, what are you talking about? Don't you know that Death Metal... Richard, what are you talking about? Don't you know that Death Metal fans don't read?
That is true. Yeah. Especially a small chunk of Dragon Ball.
Yeah, well, anyway, yeah, but no, yeah, I think, immersing myself in these series really made me like this one even more than I probably already would have, because I probably would have, really liked it, even beforehand, but just getting to know these characters in series, I think just makes me tickle that itch even more, especially caring about these two as they fight, and yeah, that's totally Gojo. I believe it. Yeah, he would say these things. He would be a cocky douchebag and interrupt Makima's movie. Yeah, and all the action really clicked for me. Would I like there to been just that little bit more of it? I mean, yeah. But I'm sure you could say that about a bunch of other Death Battle episodes. And what they did with it is really good and really entertaining, and made use of both. Yeah, if I could speak English, made use of both arsenals really well.
I can personally guarantee every single goddamn person watching this podcast that even the crew will tell you that yeah, we would love to include more.
Yeah. So I mean, I get why, and I do, and don't get me wrong, I get why, and again, I do like what they did, so I can't complain regardless. So yeah, I mean. Yeah, it was just really good and really entertaining. I can't I don't know exactly where I would put this in my season lineup ranking so far, but like, spoiler, it's probably gonna be really up there.
Dude, at this point I've lost track.
I don't. Yeah, I know, right? This is gonna be another really hard one for this year. Hooray!
Yay!
Oh, exactly. Oh, two more moments I actually wanted to highlight before we move on. We move on. Freaking the interaction at the start with Makima's sword and Limitless.
Womp womp.
That one really made me laugh, and then, you know, with that leading into the red move and then the guy exploding. that was really good, and just the end, like with like we were talking about before, the very end before Makima, before the death, with like the bang, that had me on edge. Like, my gosh, like, especially for a match as close as this, like, oh no, this is it. This is so it. And like, she keeps going. She does it again and again, which blows off his leg. Like, oh my, like, that was such a good moment. And then leading into the chain, which was really, gosh, it was really high. Like, the only thing I could have wished for is for Gojo to meow. That's the only thing I'm disappointed by in that sequence. That was something me and Koda were talking about, like, oh, I really want that interaction for, like, Makima, bark for me. And then Gojo goes, meow. But you know what? Like I said, I really like how they executed this one here, and yeah, just the animation just did. Like, I really liked it. Like, I will definitely be coming to this. I will definitely be coming back to this one a lot. Probably for the rest of the year, if I'm being honest. And yeah, just very happy with how it turned out. And that's without going. And that's without going in.
I'm not gonna. I forgot what I was about to bring up, but I'm not going to do it because I don't want to ruin your segue.
Oh, good. Well, we can go back to it, but yeah, then that's not even including the audio aspect of this, which is also freaking really good.
Yeah.
So
the great Gianni Matrigano has returned.
Yeah.
Doing a solid Kaiji Tane impression.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he sounds so close.
He's really good at it.
Are we sure that Gianni and Kaiji aren't related?
It's funny, Gianni, when the cat was out of the bag, Gianni was like, okay, so by the way, I'm voicing Gojo, and then just cowered off, because he was like, I don't want to, like, because he was like, I don't want to, like, disappoint Kaiji or whatever it was. It's like, I'm voicing a character that Kaiji voiced. Oh Lord, help me. So that was fun.
Yeah, but he had nothing to worry about. He did real good. And I think, and didn't Kaiji himself also post something about it?
He did.
It was before the episode came out. I don't know what his thoughts are on it now, but he posted saying like do Gojo proud, Gianni.
Yeah. Well, that he did.
Okay. I'm gonna be real. Just going off of base what the analysis told me and the character and how he was presented in the animation. I fucking love Gojiro, like his laid back, carefree attitude, the fact that he's this powerful and he doesn't take anything initially seriously unless the situation really calls for it. Like he had some great he had some great banter and delivery. So I think Gianni nailed it perfectly in terms of like keeping to the. I don't want to make it. I don't think it should be said that Gianni did a good job impersonating Kaiji. It's like, no, that's not. I don't agree with that because that's like saying Troy Baker is a great impersonator of Mark Hamill. I don't believe in impersonating the actor just because the other actors playing the same character that actor played. I think Gianni gave his own spin on Gojo, from what I could tell. I don't know. ZDogg is the only one who can confirm or deny that, but I do appreciate that that Gianni did his best. He wanted to voice the character proud and make Kaiji proud of him.
Yeah, and I think he did succeed. Because
especially during the theater scene, because fun fact, if you didn't watch the Death Battle cast, preview, Liam told Gianni for this scene he wanted him to eat an enormous bag of popcorn and take extra long slurps of a drink, because this scene requires Gojo to be super fucking obnoxious. And he did. So anytime you hear Gojo choking on popcorn or taking a long taking a long sip of his drink and slurping, that's actually Gianni doing that.
Yeah, there you go.
So I thought Gianni had some of the best comedic lines in this episode.
Yeah.
And
yeah, for sure.
He gets another W! Hooray!
Yeah, guys. Another win. Let's go.
Yay!
He's finally got he's got a win record that's more than one.
Yay!
Love it.
So weird that he went from voicing Batman and now he's voicing Gojo.
Oh no! Then he went from voicing Khan to voicing Gojo. Dear gosh.
That's true. He did. But yeah, still, I think it's a great performance. I have no comment on whether or not it was true to the character. ZDogg's the only one who can confirm that.
I mean, I thought it was a good representation of his character, and it sounded really good. So I mean, yeah, thumbs up from me.
All right, let's talk about the real highlight here.
And then we got Kelsey Jaffer as Makima.
Yeah, which.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she also did really good. At very least.
Well, Gianni as Gojo was the more like carefree, obnoxious goofball, and Makima was just like, "I'm going to kill you now."
Yep.
Miss Jaffer did an amazing job with Makima. She sounded very close to the English VA. I did go back and watch an episode with Makima's most powerful moment in it, when she pretty much was. It's the scene where she took out all the eyeballs of everyone's loved ones and presented it. I wanted to hear how that sounded in the English dub, and the English voice actress for Makima during that scene was pretty damn good. Spoiler alert! I watched all season 1 in sub. I watched the sub version, but I did go back and watch. Shut up! Hey, I appreciate the hard work that the Japanese voice actors give. Damn it!
I'm mostly joking.
I know you are, but Miss Jaffer did a fantastic job as Makima in this episode. Like, she was the highlight for me, and and just with how good her performance is, I was like, God dang it! Now I kind of want her to win.
All right, well now you're just talking crazy. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, that's how good her performance was. She kind of made me question my running horse.
So,
yeah.
I was gonna say, remember last time I always said, like, Makima makes me terrified every time she's on screen. Yeah, Kelsey gets that across as Makima extremely well. Like, every line she has is just like, oh gosh, I'm scared.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the line in particular. There you are. The one that got to me, and I reacted to it during my reaction, was the confident, strong, and idiotic. We'll be sure to write it on your tombstone.
That was very well spoken. Like, holy shit, that was great. I loved it. Even her opening line, like,
no talking to her.
It's like, oh my god. It's like, her voice is so commanding. I'm like, oh my god. This is awesome. And even the little things, like, you actually can hear her kick up her maniacal madness level to 11 whenever she does bang, 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 bang. It's like, oh my god, she is showing so much range with just that one line. It's crazy. And again, the end line, it's like, with her telling the dog to play dead, I was like, oh.
Yes.
It was Miss Jaffer. You did a fantastic job. Very good on you.
Very nicely done.
Yes. You did.
Man.
You did a great job. And hey, I know everybody's been making a joke, but hey, Killua was finally able to get the win on these jobs.
Yeah. Thank you. Very cool.
But
love those
these two did good. Like, both of them deserve a huge round of applause. I really hope we hear Miss Jasper come back again down the line, because I would love to see her flex even more with her vocal range.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, for sure. And then there's the soundtrack.
Yeah. Who wears?
Okay. Remember when I said ZDogg that? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, remember when I said that Death Metal fans don't read? This title is a Shakespeare reference, and nobody got it. Absolutely no one got it. And when someone finally brought it up, they were just like, "Are you guys freaking serious?" Like, it's like, how uncultured is this community to not understand a Shakespeare reference? Like,
apparently there. Whoops.
But I'm just sitting here thinking like, man, man, after Sauron, like, are you that surprised?
I mean,
the whole thing about Death Metal fans can't read became a meme for a reason.
Well, also too, remember, it's like remember when we were talking about everybody was complaining about Raven versus Phoenix title, and I was like, are you people serious? Please tell me you have not either seen or read Edgar Allan Poe. Come on. So, although in my defense, I didn't really care for the title to pick up that it was a Shakespeare reference, because in terms of poets, I kind of like Edgar Allan Poe more. But that's just me. Each their own. So, but still, an appropriate title. It's a very appropriate title.
Yeah, there you go.
So yeah, also ZDogg, remember how I said there was one thing that was going to keep me coming back to this episode? It's the track.
Yeah, valid. Completely valid.
Yeah.
Yeah, this slaps. This bangs, if you will.
That is why I watched the preview so many times, because I wanted to hear those vocals.
Yes, like literally, like when I heard the song for the first time, like, oh, that sounds so clean. Like, like I need this song in my hands now.
Yes, I legit, I was literally on edge waiting for this track to come out. I cannot tell you how anxious I was just to hear this track, because it very much invokes an early 2000s anime vibe.
It really
and it just sounds so fucking good. So in case you guys haven't listened to the track, this time it was Aaron from Darewolf Media that was doing the track for this episode.
Man, are we just on a resurgence of 2000s AMV music? Like between like not just from Death Battle, even though we got like 3 of those in a row. But with like, did you guys see on Twitter like someone said like the whole like Society If meme, like, and they posted like this like futuristic city. Did you guys see on Twitter that someone did that, but with like the Countdown community coming back with like 30-second intros to like slightly unfitting AMV music, and everyone posted like the exact like a bunch of like either revamped or freshly new countdown community intros of that, and between that and like all the between that and also the Final Horizon came out from Sonic Frontiers, which gave us that new version of I'm Here. I'm like, dude, we're back. We're freaking back.
This all started with Hedge of Tomorrow last season, and now it's just continued into this season. I am all for it, because that is like such a big part of like my early like YouTube viewing. Was like those early 2010s AMVs, like the late 2000s, early 2010s AMVs. Like I used to watch those all the time. Same. I watched a couple of Dragon Ball ones. I watched a Batman one. I was in love with that style of genre. And Aaron committed. Like, holy shit. I know some people are kind of complain. The lyrics are a little hard to understand if you don't have
lyrics
on, captions on.
Guilty.
I mean, that's fair.
But just how it sounds, it's like again, those first 50 seconds, like as soon as Gojo is falling off and he's in that relaxed position, and you pan up to Makima. No talking during the movie, and the track just kicks. I was like, oh my god. And fun fact, I'm listening to the track right now.
I feel super guilty because I haven't really listened to the track since it came out.
Fix that.
I will. I feel bad because like I did really like it. I just never went back to it. Maybe circumstances got in the way of that. I don't know. It is really good. Also, look. 4 vocal tracks in a row?
Yeah, I know. I was gonna mention that. Like you thought like Final Forms having 3 in a row was insane. No, I don't count Star and Lich King as a vocal track, so that doesn't count. But like to get 4, what?
Yeah, all back to back to back to back.
My gosh, like what's the difference on?
Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's just this is going to be the new norm now. Maybe we're going to get vocal tracks more often than we're used to. And hey,
I am all for it. You give me a vocal track, I am sold.
It's like it does. Like I would actually say like between the 4 of these, I would have to say that this is probably one of my favorites. Like Final Formers is still up there as one of my favorite tracks of the season, just because of how hard Brandon goes. But just in terms of nostalgia, Aaron Brandon. I don't know if I said but Aaron from Darewolf Media, he just nails it. Like, I really want. I want to put this on I want to make an A and B now and just have this play. It would fit so well for like a Sonic or a Dragon Ball type A and B. Good shit. But yeah, no, this track it's fucking amazing, and I have not stopped listening to it.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites of the season. Just being completely honest, it's this and Discord and Decipher. Like, I just can't stop listening to them. They just sound.
Dude, I can't pick anymore. Like, I'm lost. Like this season. This season and its vocal tracks have been like, which one do I pick? They're all really good.
Yeah.
Like, I thought we peaked at Fireborn. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I thought Fireborn peaked it. I thought, like, all right, we are not getting better than this. And then God's Hand came out, and I'm like, okay, hold on a minute. And then, but I don't think I was quite there yet. But then like, it wasn't even Final Formers. Discord and Decipher did it first. That's fair. Like, that one, Inhuman, is underrated. I don't care what people say. It is very underrated. And then Final Formers, and now this track, and I'm like, I'm just like, I'm done. Thank God we don't rank the soundtracks.
Yeah, why would we do that? Throws out any ideas for them?
Too, I was gonna say, no. If any track is underrated this season, it's Jailhouse Rocket. Yeah, you glossed over that one, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Again, it's fine. So, in total, that's like what, 7 vocal tracks?
Yeah, I think I genuinely think we have more vocal tracks than non-vocal ones.
Yeah, that was the case last year, wasn't it?
I think last year was like half and half.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna.
Yeah, we're 12 episodes in, and we have 7 vocal tracks. So yeah, that's more than half.
Yeah. This is a pride.
Like, please, let's just go back to a regular non-vocal track. Let's let Aaron and Brandon rest. Let's let their voices rest, please.
I think season 9 is like just under half, depending on how you view things. I
guess people count Silent Lich King as a vocal track, which I don't agree with personally.
Well, that and Excalibur versus Raiden exists.
Right.
That's fair.
So I counted 17 episodes and 8 vocal tracks last year.
Okay. So yeah, that's roughly half.
Agreed.
I mean, that was basically half.
Yeah, that's basic. That's basically half.
But this season, it's mostly vocal tracks, and yeah, I agree with Brobuscus. Thank God we don't rank the vocal tracks, because I legit couldn't pick a favorite. I go back to most of them. I've gone back.
Dude, it's getting difficult to rate the episodes as is.
Exactly.
I feel like you would really have to put a gun to my head and make me pick one favorite vocal track.
Yeah.
I mean, for God's sakes, is the next one gonna be a damn vocal track?
Dude, honestly,
Where?
Honestly, at this point, I wouldn't even be surprised.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Well, anyways.
Good.
Claps all around.
Gojo versus Makima.
Yeah.
Gojo versus Makima is a really, really good episode. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
True. Why do I do this myself when I have a soundboard? Anyways.
Exactly. But no, I freaking love this episode too. Like, oh my god.
I legit would not be surprised if this is in ZDogg's top 3.
Dude,
Yeah, I mean,
I will be. I mean, we say that. I'm still like shocked over what happened with Shadow Ryuko in season 8. Right.
I mean, spoiler alert. I don't think what I have currently as my favorite's gonna change, but like this episode is still really up there. Like, my gosh.
I was actually just referencing, I wouldn't be surprised if you put this in top 3 of the season when we do our season ranking.
Oh yeah, it probably will be up there. It won't be, it won't be 1. I'll spoil that much. You could probably take a wild guess on what that one will be, but I mean, it definitely will be up there.
I think I have an idea, but I'm not too sure.
Well, we'll have to wait till the end of the year. Which,
yes, we will.
Rick, there's only, I didn't even realize there's only 4 episodes left this year.
Yeah.
Yes.
I posted in our server and in the Death Metal ones. Like, is anyone else having a hard time believing that the season is almost over?
Yes, I am. We started. It's hard to believe we started off so. We didn't start off early or in the mid of the year like we did the last couple of seasons. We literally started at the beginning of summer.
Yeah.
Yep. Game hasn't been stopping.
Mm-hmm. And we've had no mid-season breaks.
Nope, this power train just keeps going.
And indeed, you can say loud cars on the train though.
Yeah, and we've got 4 more carts until we get to the engine.
Exactly. But yeah,
so
this episode.
Sorry, go ahead, because I have a segue.
Well, I was gonna make one too, but we can do it. This episode was so damn good. I'm happy, but I hope it doesn't like put people off, because I know talk of Chainsaw Man, talk of Makima, Makima's dogs could be a little upsetting. I get that. I think maybe we should have an episode that involves dogs, but maybe that's a bit more wholesome in comparison. Maybe one that
Spoopy month.
Yeah, maybe one that like is a matchup maybe involving cartoon dogs that would fit a spookier setting. I think that's.
So it's funny because
I want to hear.
Well, all I was going to say is that when I posted that in the Death Battle server, someone instead replied, I was like, I'm more like amazed that, like, because I was like, is anyone else like amazed that the season is already almost over? And someone was like, I'm more amazed that of just the basedness of this lineup.
Yes.
And I'm just like, well, glad to see that's not changing anytime soon.
Indeed.
Yeah. So, we're probably going to be celebrating Halloween a bit late, guys. Sorry, but that's okay, because we're still going to get our candy.
Exactly. It's better than freaking people already celebrating Christmas, even though freaking Halloween's not even here and Thanksgiving still exists.
I know. So thank you, God. Somebody else agrees with me. Screw those people who celebrate Christmas early.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I haven't seen them yet, but I know a lot of Christmas decorations are already starting to go up in stores, and I'm just like,
Halloween's not even here yet. I mean, it'll be past probably by the time this is uploaded, but still.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, ZDogg did a better segue than I ever could.
Yep. And and just in case that you didn't get it, yeah, very ironic that this matchup is following a Makima episode.
Whoops.
Very.
Whoopsie.
All right, Richard, I believe you have the honors this time.
So, our next match that has been confirmed to be our real Halloween episode is Scooby-Doo versus Courage the Cowardly Dog. And I could not keep a straight face when I just said that because I have the most stupidest grin on my face.
You know, I love things.
Let's fucking go.
You know, I love thinking about Death Battle sometimes because, you know, we're getting this reminder. We're getting this in the same season. We got Dark Souls, Berserk, Chainsaw Man.
Literally, like last season, we got Aquaman, Super Friends, Aquaman, and SpongeBob from the same fucking season that gave us Homelander versus Omni-Man, Trunks versus Silver, Sauron versus the Lynch King, and just, oh my god, what is with this?
I love thinking about Death Battle and all the series it's used, especially just when it comes to that.
So,
but no, wow.
Oh my god, I cannot believe actually. I'm putting on the Scooby-Doo shirt. I should have done that in the beginning, but
you probably should have.
I'm wearing a shirt. Yes, I am, but now I am. I'm wearing a shirt over a shirt.
Probably a good thing that we don't do face cam anymore. I say that as if we've done it more than once. I'm just like it literally just came to mind right now that like the last 3 matches have like some like deep connection to the 3 of us.
Yes.
It's like I got my Transformers. ZDogg got his Jujutsu Kaisen and Chainsaw Man, and now Richard's getting his Scooby-Doo and Courage.
This season is being so good to us. I love it.
My gosh.
Oh man. Okay. Yeah. I cannot believe this is happening. I cannot believe that this is really, really happening. This has, for those of you that don't know, this has actually been one of my top 3 most wanted fights. After Jack versus Afro, I've always wanted to see this fight.
In fact, I'll go ahead and say it right now. I don't know if we're still going to do it because things got a little crazy during the production for it, but we actually like planned out a giant like. I actually, you know what? I teased it in a podcast, so you guys probably know about it. But we actually planned a giant like top. What was it? Top 10, top 15.
It was a top. I think it was a top 10.
Okay, it was a top 10.
It was a top 15.
Well, regardless, we were working on a most wanted episodes video. I still want to, but I don't know. We can discuss that eventually.
Exactly.
And this one was in the running for it.
It was, yeah.
This one was in the running to make the list. I don't think it made it, but it.
No, it didn't. I can confirm it did not.
But it got up there. It got pretty up there, and now it's here.
And now it's here. Like, man, yeah. It's so, because I know this like was a requested fight, and like I like the idea of it. It's just those things like SpongeBob versus Aquaman. Like it feels so weird this is happening. Like we're getting you and Heritage. Like what?
No, I'm speechless right now. I'm trying to keep my thoughts composed because I've got a lot of heavy lifting to do for this. But it is, my mind is just blown away. It is. It's so awesome that this fight is happening, and I know people are saying, "Oh, well, this hasn't really been a long requested fight." That's true.
Neither is Gojo versus Makima, and that literally just happened. So what is shitty argument?
I would like. That's fair. Okay, this isn't a granddad requested fight, but it's not that recent. It's kind of in the middle. It's been there, but it's just been in the background, waiting to be chosen. And
You could
I also want to
underdog in that case.
Yeah.
Ha ha ha! I get it. That's funny.
I also want to give my condolences to the people that are pissed off about this matchup happening and are saying Death Battle has crossed the line and they are very shady and corrupt for even daring to put these two characters in a fight to the death.
You're giving your condolences to people like them?
Yes, because they cannot see just how awesome this fight is going to be. Like, that's just it. They're like, look, you have my condolences. I know, it's not easy. You people don't like the obvious stomp matchups, or you don't even like the idea of two cartoon characters fighting against each other. I get that. It's cool. It's fine. You want to see the anime guys shoot the lasers and do all the cool flying. I get it. But it's like I just don't know what to say other than I'm sorry that you don't have any excitement just for these two franchises finally getting to meet up again, by the way, for the third time in history, and they get to be here. Like, that's just it. These two characters are so fucking privileged just to be here.
Yeah. And friendly reminder, because just because going back on I don't want these two to kill each other. Like, just friendly reminder, this is probably good. Like, I mean, I could be proven wrong, but I don't expect this to be like an ultra bloody fight, because I don't know if that's what people are worried about. It is definitely going to be a more cartoony. So if you're worried about these two brutalizing each other, don't. Yeah. I wouldn't have that worry. I don't know if people are having that worry, but I know there are some people who are like, oh, but they're so pure.
Look, I can't confirm. The reactions to this fight are all over the fucking place. It's mostly leaning towards the positive and exciting, but there's the people below them that are like, I'm kind of happy, but I don't want to see these two die or one of them die. And then you have the group of people that I gave my personal condolences to. So the fight's all over the place.
Are you giving your condolences to their unculturedness? Is that what I'm getting at here?
I mean, yes, but I'm also just giving my condolences to them as fans, because clearly they believe that Death Battle is committing the cardinal sin of putting these two characters in a fight to the death, and assuming one character wins, then that means, oh no, the other one died and is never going to be in any form of media ever again.
No.
So is it unculturedness or is it stupidity? I'm honestly kind of confused.
Yes, we'll say yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
I mean, of course, it can't be helped. If you have a very close attachment to these characters, of course, you don't want to see them die. I get that, but they also just got to remember, this has no effect on the actual series.
No.
That except correct me if I'm wrong, except for Meta Carolina, that has never been the case in Death Battle.
No. Yeah. I mean, look. I'm going to tell you right now, this fight with the testing they're doing to get their impressions back up and getting on trending much easier. I'm going to tell you one thing: if anything, this fight is going to spike up more popularity for Courage the Cowardly Dog. I mean, Scooby-Doo, that's a dime a dozen. Everybody. I
think everybody and their grandmother knows who Scooby-Doo is.
Yeah. Right? No,
yes, that's a great transition. Our history with these characters. I'm actually going to go last because I want my
That's probably a good idea. I think I'm actually going to go first because I think I have the least amount to say. Because apart from the CGI short we just watched before jumping into this recording, and watching, I think, like 1 or 2 episodes that were like uncomfortably cursed during a staff break in the Death Metal Discord. I did not watch much of any of Courage. That, like, what I just listed is basically it. I've heard of him before that. I knew of him. I know that it is a really, like, uncomfortable show for being a kid's show. I think, like, a lot of people will point to the finale, I think it was. But I never watched it. I just never was super into it. And I respect Scooby-Doo, you know, as a series. It's big, it's popular. I understand that, and I respect it. It's never really been my thing.
You can say overrated. Don't worry, you're amongst friends here.
I don't know. It just never was for me. I watched what was that cartoon? Was it Where Are You? Is that what it was?
Describe it.
I don't remember it. I just remember the theme song actually being kind of a banger.
Okay, is it Scooby Dooby Doo? Where are you? We got some work to do now.
Yes, that's the one.
So you watched the original 1969 version. Got it?
Yeah. No. And only like not even that often. Just kind of like when it was on. That was a Boomerang show, wasn't it?
Yes, there was a Boomerang show called Scooby-Doo Guess Who.
Okay.
Yes.
I remember that would be on a little bit when I was a kid, and I would just like kind of watch it just because, like, why not? But then I remember, like, at school, an episode of some other Scooby-Doo show, I don't even remember what it was playing. I couldn't tell you much about it. I was playing, and I was just like, this is the dumbest thing ever. I'm not into it. Yeah, really wish I had more to say, but that's about all I got. Can you tell that I'm not the target audience for this fight?
Yeah, well. All right. Now it's my turn. So, I mean, unfortunately, I'm kind of in the same boat as Bro when it comes to Courage. Like, you know, I feel like I was more of a Nick and Disney kid growing up. And even then, I don't even know if Courage, like, would have been on when I was growing up. You know, I did. I mean, I was here with watching the CGI short, and I do want to get more invested in Courage because, like, it does seem like a very well-made show. I don't know if I would say it's necessarily my kind of thing, but it does look well-made. And I mean, I have watched some cartoon reviewers review certain episodes, and I mean, they look very promising. So hopefully, by the time this episode comes out, I will be more invested in Courage, but I don't have that much to say about him at the moment. I don't know. He just seems wholesome. And Scooby, I mean, it's Scooby-Doo. I mean, you know, I mean, I haven't watched anything recently, but like I do remember watching. I don't even remember. I'm sure just like a freaking trail mix of like a bunch of the shows growing up, and I do remember enjoying it. And I mean, you know, how could you not like Scooby? Like, it's just wholesome. Like, I guess that's the word I'll use to describe, but like, I mean, obviously they're dealing with like scary stuff, but like, they're just like good vibes characters. That's how I used to describe them both. And yeah, I am happy to see them both on the show. Man, you know, and also just side note before we get to Richard, feels really weird that this is the first Hanna-Barbera character to get on the show.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, that's
how is it
super
taking us
weird.
that long? Like, how is it taking us that long?
Yeah, and Encourage marks the third Cartoon Network character to get on Death Battle.
Damn. Nice.
Damn.
Good for it. All right,
Yes.
Richard, take the floor.
The floor is
All
yours,
right.
but you can't take it home.
Okay, that's fair. All right. So, I am a huge fan of both series. I grew up watching Scooby-Doo when I was a little Todd, and I watched everything. I would watch it on Cartoon Network. I would watch it on Boomerang. My father had the DVD of the original 1969 series. I also watched What's New Scooby-Doo, which is that series' main source of popularity was the theme song, which was the most early 2000s theme song you could ever imagine. It'll probably be playing here because, spoiler alert, I'm in control of the music choices for this segment.
Fair enough.
Don't get me copyright claim for the love of God.
I won't. I, of course, watched... I didn't watch Scooby and Shaggy Get a Clue. I heard it was pretty bad, so I avoided it. I watched a pup named Scooby-Doo. I wrote off, unfortunately, The GOAT, the best Scooby-Doo show to get in if you don't like the 1969 series. This is the one for you. I wrote off Mystery Incorporated, unfortunately, and I didn't start watching it until I was out of high school on Netflix, and I loved it. It was my biggest regret not watching it while it was airing. It was very good. It's essentially half a dark ongoing mystery show. The best way I can describe it, it's Scooby-Doo meets Gravity Falls, and it came out around the same time. It came out years before Gravity Falls. Yes. So I watched those 2 seasons. I watched mostly all of the Scooby-Doo animated films from back to back. I watched the original 2 live action films. I watched the first ever live action Cartoon Network film that they did exclusively back in the day. I didn't see the sequel to that, but I also read a little bit of the Scooby comics a couple years back. I also watched Scoob. It was very disappointing, not the best experience. Oh, yes, how could I forget? Speaking of movies, I grew up with the 4 Mook animated films. Scooby-Doo, Zombie Island, Scooby-Doo, The Witch's Ghost, Scooby-Doo, Alien Invaders. I'm pretty sure it's Alien Invaders or Invasion of the Aliens, and of course Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase. I did watch Scooby-Doo, Be Cool Scooby-Doo, that's it. I watched Be Cool Scooby-Doo, funny ass show, and I have seen Scooby-Doo Guess Who. And because I'm a massive Scooby-Doo fan, I did watch the first season of Velma.
You madman.
Thank goodness, God. Thank goodness that's not getting included at all.
No. And I have yet to watch the newest movie that has come out with Scooby-Doo, where Scooby-Doo crosses over with Ringo.
Oh, of course.
I've also got a lot of Scooby-Doo merchandise, like you would not believe. I even have a giant poster from the series Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated.
Hasn't your channel basically become Scooby-Doo related?
Yes, that's another thing. Thank you. How could I forget? I am a Scooby-Tuber. I do review Scooby-Doo content. And somehow that has gotten me an accumulation of views than my old Death Battle content. So I kind of just stick with it. I make my poor editors suffer through it. I'm probably going to make Sean suffer through it at some point, but, gotta find the right moment. Yes, so I love Scooby-Doo. I have literally always had a fondness for Scooby-Doo. Even though, I'm going to tell you right now, Scooby-Doo has kind of turned into Batman, where he is oversaturated the whole media in terms of Hanna-Barbera characters. He's the only Hanna-Barbera character that WB will always make new content for. They don't give a shit about their other existing characters from Hanna-Barbera, and it's very sad. So, yeah. And then, Courage. Go to Courage. I grew up watching Courage. It scared the shit out of me. I had nightmares. I was enthralled by it. It was so unique for the time. And I should remind everybody, Courage the Cowardly Dog came out in the late 90s when Cartoon Network had only 2 to 3 years worth of being on as their own channel. So Cartoon Network would take anything. Courage the Cowardly Dog was fucking amazing. He was probably my favorite cartoon dog of all time. He even edged out Scooby-Doo. I watched all 4 seasons. I watched all the episodes from all 4 seasons. I did watch the original pilot, which, by the way, I should mention, the original pilot for Courage the Cowardly Dog was actually nominated for an Oscar. And, of course, I also watched the CGI short, which I just showed to these guys. I did play some of the Courage games that were on Cartoon Network's website back in the day. And, of course, I did watch the Scooby-Doo and Courage crossover movie. I was very, very fucking hyped for that. Like, it was amazing. And 2 years ago, when that movie came out, I got my first job that paid me. And I heard that they were doing this autograph place that I go to. It's called GalaxyCon. They do conventions and autograph sessions with a lot of voice actors and famous celebrities, whoever they can get their hands on. They actually did a Courage reunion where they brought in the original creator, the voice of all the supporting characters and villains of the show. And they even brought in the 2, at the time, existing core cast members, the late Thea White and Courage himself, Marty Grivestein. And using my first paycheck, I pre-ordered an autographs from both Courage and Muriel themselves. And I have them right here with me. And I should mention that it was very emotional getting an autograph from Thea White, the voice of Muriel, because she was one of my favorite female characters from any show. She was just so kind, so loving. She was great. And I'm very sad that she passed away in the summer of 2021. She didn't even get to see the movie. It's very sad. So, yes. I even have a Courage Funko Pop. Like, that's... I love Courage the Cowardly Dog. He is. Like, if you just put a gun to my head right now, ironically, I kind of like Courage as a character more than Scooby-Doo. So, yes. Woo. So I am the target audience for this.
Clearly. You wouldn't say. Yeah. All right.
I am. I cannot express to you all how happy I was that that this fight is happening. I've had some horrible mouth pain due to blisters and my teeth. So as soon as I woke up yesterday, and as soon as I saw the next time, I legit started crying. Like, not ugly crying, but more like emotional crying, because holy shit, it's happening. I was like, okay, I gotta start. Like, I know most of the Scooby-Doo stuff, so I'm gonna start rewatching Courage. And I have, actually. I'm paused on a particular episode. I have the complete series on DVD because my brother got it for me as a birthday. So, yes.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now I feel kind of bad that I couldn't say much.
I mean, I don't think we would. No matter what, I don't think we could have compared to anything.
No, like,
you know what?
I also forgot to mention real quick before we get into the nitty gritty stuff. This actually, as I stated earlier, this won't be the first time that Courage and Scooby have been paired up together in terms of anything media related. The pair actually were, the pair made several crossovers back in the day in the late 90s, early 2000s. There was one promo where Courage was dreaming. He fell asleep watching the classic Scooby-Doo. And in his dream, Shaggy and Scooby decided to be massive fucking dicks and monsters by dressing up as rotting corpse zombies to scare poor Courage. They take off their mask and they say, Shaggy's like, leave your bit, leave that to us. We do that. And they slowly surround and close in on Courage as if they're going to murder him. Then they crossed over again in a special, almost lost to time promo bumper thing where the story is, again, I'll send this, it's very funny. The mystery machine breaks down in the middle of nowhere where Courage and his family live, and they stay with them, and something spooky is happening, so they have to stick together, and you would cut back, and to kind of, as an intermission, they would play episodes of, I believe, either the classic series or they would play What's New Scooby-Doo. It could have been both, I'm not sure. And Courage the Cowardly Dog. And they ran a poll. It was up to the fans to call in and vote which dog they liked more. And by the end of this promo, this legendary crossover bumper promo that, again, is almost lost to time, Courage won the vote. Everybody at the time agreed he was more better than Scooby-Doo. And then the third time was the movie. So don't think these characters haven't crossed over before. They have.
All right. Well,
All right,
let's see. We will see how how things will go when they cross over again. I guess, I don't know. But before then, we have Le Production.
Yes. Oh, the production. Okay.
Right.
So, remember how I kind of hinted that people were kind of had another reason to be excited about Jack versus Afro being the cameo feature in JoJo versus. Well, in this episode, which again, we don't know whether it's going to be sprite, hand-drawn, or 3D. It's probably not going to be 3D because as I showed these guys off camera...
Probably not going to be 3D.
Live action.
Yeah, it's live action. Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
You can't just leave that out. No, I'm joking.
It's going to be sock puppets, right?
Yes.
We're going to channel Ray's... We're going to channel Ray's freaking witchcraft powers. Be like, hey, it's sock puppets now. Smile.
Yes. I think I don't know what it's going to be, but going back to the Luis thing. So Luis and Brobuscus can attest to this. Luis at RTX this year and on social media announced that he would be working on a spiritual successor to Jack versus Afro.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's funny that you say that because I messaged Mate yesterday. He didn't respond until this morning. But I messaged him saying like, do you think the next fight is what Luis was referring to at RTX? And he was like, oh yeah, I guess it's possible. And I'm like, I'm just sitting here thinking, I'm like, this feels like a Luis fight. This feels like something Luis would be into. This feels like it would be the fight that Luis would want to make in the style of Jack versus Afro. And he hasn't said anything about it yet.
No.
He did say that he said he'll talk about the next time later when Gojo versus Makima came out. But that was like right when it came out, and he has not followed up on that. So,
yes.
So who knows? Who knows? He might. Since
There
this
is-
video, he might have in between this recording. If so, I'll put this on screen. I'll put any updates. No, I'm kidding. Well, maybe.
We have a whole
Or are
week
you?
to wait to find out.
I don't know.
I don't know. It's your call. I don't care.
Yeah. We have to wait until next week, ironically on Halloween, to find out. Yeah. Honestly, look, since I've grown up with these two, and as any fan of both series or just any fan of one will tell you, this mainly would work better if it was a hand-drawn fight. It just would. And if Luis is the one doing it, then first of all, pray for that man, because he has gone on record and documented that making Afro versus Jack literally was a experience. I'll put it like that. So if he's willing to take that on again, then my thoughts are with him, or were with him if he did it already.
Make it sound like he died.
He has stated that, look, when he did Jack versus Afro, it was a really difficult process. We all did not know it at the time, but he has gone on record and saying, like, look, doing that just by himself, doing the drawing by himself, it was very, very tedious and very heartening. So I hope his experience was better this time around.
Hopefully.
To be fair, this time around he's got the help of a bunch of other animators. So
That is true.
I doubt he's going to be taking on this endeavor by himself.
And what was this before John Mitchell? Shout out, of course. Was on the team, or was this the year of him getting on the team?
Like what?
Was there like any storyboarders on the team at that point?
Yeah. Oh, okay. No.
I think there was
wasn't.
I think there was like an option, someone did. I forget who, but someone did storyboard, like very like rough storyboards. I say that like they were bad, which is false. But there were like in-depth storyboards for like Crash versus Spyro. Like someone did boards for like a couple shots. But I don't. It wasn't John. I know that, but
No, because John didn't join until season 6, and he didn't start his first debut episode of Death Battle, where he actually not only storyboarded but he drew and as well was Mom versus Tatsumaki.
Okay, so I mean,
well, I think what ZDogg is getting at is that now he's got like John to help him out.
Yeah, exactly. He has a proper storyboarder to help with that stuff. So.
Well, not only that, but he's also got like not only just for storyboards, but John has also done like hand-drawn shots before. But he's also got Moro, like
I was just gonna say that Moro.
So
he's got Zack Attack. So he does. If this was okay, look, I'm gonna be real with y'all. This is a hand-drawn episode that was not done by Luis by himself. It was done by all the animators who have done hand-drawn segments. I'm literally going to pass the fuck out because holy shit, how awesome is that?
The team's too powerful. We can't comprehend it.
No.
Gosh. Yeah.
I won't be upset if this is a sprite fight because it can just be as good if it's done in sprites, especially if you have because they have amazing sprite artists now that can create some damn good sprites for both Courage and Scooby-Doo, the environments, all that.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I mean, heck, I don't think. Well, I mean, okay, that I don't know if they're up to death battle standards, but I know Courage has a set already that's I think looks pretty good at least. So I mean,
yeah,
they don't have to do too much. I don't know who made them, but
yeah, I mean they have done it before. Again, with when they had to go back and use Raven sprites for Raven versus Phoenix. Those sprites looked terrible the last time they were in Death Battle, but ever since then, they've had a whole sprite rigging team that can make ugly sprites like Ravens look so good. So even if they aren't up to standard, that's okay. They'll fix it. They can do it.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
I don't want to give my hopes up. I'm just saying that right now. I don't want to give my hopes up of this being hand-drawn.
Yeah, I mean, I think both either Sprite or hand-drawn would make this would be perfectly fitting for this episode. And I mean, hey, I wouldn't be complaining with if this is the fight Luis has been teasing as the Afrojack successor. So I mean, hey. Yeah,
exactly. And I also want to say, if it isn't sprites, it's going to have hand-drawn shots regardless. So it's a win-win.
Yeah, exactly.
You're just not getting all frames in hand-drawn. You're just getting some frames.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Also, voice acting. This is going to be hard.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people are like, oh, anybody can do a Scooby-Doo voice. Yes, but to do that voice in a consistent manner and to also try and use it in very timed situations, like you can't just use that voice for the you can't use it for just comedic segments. It has to be natural.
I was gonna say that reminds me of a Mickey voice in that sense.
Yeah, exactly. Like Scooby-Doo's voice is iconic. Like hell, the person who's been voicing, this is a fun fact for both of you, the original voice of Scooby-Doo from the 1969 series, he passed away towards the tail end of the 90s, and because of course he was very elderly, and he also had some health problems. So in his stead, there was one person who did the voice. There were a few people who did the voice, but they didn't find anybody to replace the voice of Scooby-Doo going forward until they got to Frank Welker, who I know I don't need to remind anybody who that is, especially Bro. But
maybe
Welker,
just a little bit.
Yeah, Frank Welker, who has been the voice of Fred since the beginning of the show and has still consistently voiced the character. He 20 years ago got to do the voice of Scooby-Doo, and ever since then, they were like, "Yeah, sure, let's have him be Scooby-Doo from now on." So yeah, he's even got to voice Scooby-Doo in a Scooby-Doo theatrical movie. I know that doesn't sound like a big deal, but trust me, it's a big fucking deal because you have no idea how difficult it is for voice actors to get top billing or at least some credit when making the transition over to a theatrical movie.
Freaking remind me.
I'm sorry. I mean, spoiler alert, Transformers the movie is guilty of it too, by the way. Still. It's very difficult. I don't know who they could get to do a good Scooby-Doo. I mean, maybe they can get one of the crew members. You can have Billy do it.
Dude, I would not be surprised if Billy would be able to do it.
Yeah, because you could have. I'm trying to think of anyone else on staff that could do it, or a rotating voice actor.
I don't know why, but Cameron Cod is like one that's like.
Oh yeah, I guess I can see that.
Like I don't know why, I just feel like he might have it in him, but.
I could totally see that. I don't see Nicholas Andrew Louis being able to do it. I feel like that's a little outside of his range.
Same for Shaggy if he appears in the fight.
Yeah. Maybe Tom Shulk? Maybe?
I mean, when in doubt.
Tom Shulk. Yeah, that's about it. Or they could bring a totally newcomer to the fray.
Is there any, like, I'm trying to think if there's, like, any, like, popular one that, like, maybe, like
a popular impressionist?
Like a popular, yeah, exactly. That, like, is known to be.
Okay. Well, the most popular voice impressionist on YouTube is Brock Baker, who literally can do a pitch perfect impersonation of almost every cartoon character on the planet. Was he the one that did, like, the cartoon character singing All-Star? Yes, that's him.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very good. And for Courage. Okay, Courage is a little tricky too, but it's not that hard because Marty Grimestein, the original voice of Courage, he pretty much describes it. First of all, he has a New York accent. So all he's doing is kind of just, he's lowering his voice and he's doing a high pitch. Like, I'll just give an example. It's like, oh, I just know something bad is going to happen, or my name isn't Stinky Pete, and it's not. Or the things I do for love. It's like, it's kind of like that. I've been debating this for the past 24 hours, and I think I've narrowed it down to 3 choices.
Okay.
First one, who I think they could get to the first option is Liam.
Valid.
I think Liam could do a good Courage. I think he could nail that, the authenticity of it. I mean, if he can do fucking Popeye so good that it almost sounds uncanny, then why not Courage? And
uncanny, spin it. Never mind. Oh my
god. The second one is Tom Shulk. I'm just using Tom for
when
everything.
In doubt.
Tom Shulk. And then the third option, if they don't get any rotating actors who could do it or anyone on the crew, the third one actually is Brock Baker. I've heard Brock Baker's Courage. It is pretty close to Marty's. It's not 1-to-1, but it's close. And I think he could do it oh my god, I forgot the fourth option because I did rewatch his video. The fourth option, if they really, really, really wanted to, but I highly doubt it because I don't think he'd say yes to it, is Devil Artemis.
Oh,
Yeah, Devil Artemis has had Courage on his cell verses, and I shit you not, he can do not only a pinpoint accurate version of Courage's voice, but he can also do a damn good Eustace. It's especially, it would be good. Hell, if I've been recently, one last choice, I swear to God. One person I kind of wish they would reach out to, because I've seen his Courage voice float around recently, is Leopold the Brave.
Oh.
He does. He legit. He's as close to Marty as you can get. He's right up there with Devil Artemis in how close it is, especially the screams, because that's one thing that this fight's going to have a lot of. Courage screaming. You really need to channel that high-pitched scream, and you need to focus it, because let me tell you, Marty Grimestein, that guy, he screamed so much, especially one scene where he did a long take scream. He essentially was going Super Saiyan on us. He was doing Super Saiyan 3 before Sean Schimmel did it. So I think that's the thing you have to you really have to find in terms of casting both Courage and Scooby. It can't just be impressions. It has to sound natural, and it really has to fit very well.
Yeah.
Like,
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say real quick. I had this in the back of my head, and I think it would actually work pretty well. I know you mentioned Tom for a when in doubt, but I don't know why. I'm wondering if I'm in the back of my mind. I'm thinking now would actually fit this kind of pretty well.
I don't know if now would, but I wouldn't be against it because, again, if now can do it, then oh my god, he really does have good range. I mean, hell, I'll be happy if it's now and Tom.
Imagine that.
We need them in an episode eventually.
Those two need an episode together.
Yeah, yes. I guess I was just thinking more so as his higher pitched role of Sonic, I just feel like he could get that range, but I don't know. I could be wrong.
Yeah. I feel bad for who does get the voice of courage because they are going to have to scream their lungs unbelievably. They're going to have to tear their lungs out from all that screaming.
Get the cough drops.
You get the cough drops, get the water, get it all, man.
Get the warm liquid of your choice.
Yeah, get some tea, some lemon tea. That also helps. Oh my god, this would be funny. But imagine if they actually got Lenny Couture to do the voice of courage. I mean, he can scream.
Yeah,
he can.
No
one's denying that.
Yeah, no. But I don't know. I look forward to hearing who they get. And I swear to God, they better reveal it on cast and not make us wait until the actual episode because I really need to judge.
Yeah.
I'm the connoisseur over here. I need to make sure the food is delicious.
There you go. I'm sure they'll do fine. We've been getting really good voice performances, so we'll be fine. I'm sure.
Track.
Yeah.
So bets on fifth vocal track in a row.
I swear. I swear.
I mean, okay. I would say no, but since I've consumed
you can't deny it's not fitting for Scooby-Doo.
That's what I was gonna say. Yes, for Scooby-Doo, it would actually work, especially if it was a 1960s style song. In terms of how toned it is, I could see it. And you throw in the Midwestern vibe from Courage, maybe add some creepiness to it. Yeah, I could totally see it.
Yeah. Question is, who do you think is gonna make it? Do you think it's gonna be more Therwolf or more Brandon?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I have no clue.
Look, if it's Aaron from Therwolf Media, I'll be happy about that because I think Aaron would be a good choice. However, I'm not gonna count out Brandon. He has.
No, obviously not.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's on Therwolf Media.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking for too. But that one, I'm sure Brandon could do it or make something good out of it if he was on it. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, okay. And
I will say if because I know the directors and stuff give reference songs to the composers, because I know Liam said that he gave Brandon Tusk's theme from Killer Instinct for Thor vs. Vegeta. Yeah. And I just want to say now that if I was directing this episode, which should be a good indication of whether or not I should or should not direct a death metal episode. If I was to give whoever's making this track a reference, my immediate thought went to, and I used this for my reaction, my immediate thought would go to Mystic Mansion from Sonic Heroes. And that should give you a good idea of whether or not I should or should not direct a death battle. But here we are.
Again, if I was directing this, I would just say, look, go with something along the lines of the original song. Look, I love What's New Scooby. I love the theme song from What's New Scooby-Doo, like every other American or person on this planet. But for the purposes of this, I think going back to the original 1969 jingle would be better. But I would also encourage them to please throw in some spooky vibes from Courage, so it has a lot of personality. Doesn't have to bop, it just has to sound like it's a great combo of their two respective series and how their music is composed.
I will say it's obviously a bit too sinister for a matchup like this, but I could see the argument that you could bring up like Hell Over Heaven as like a possible reference point as well. It's like I could see that being fitting. Again, it's a bit more sinister than what you would expect for, like, obviously this would feel a bit more like a Saturday morning cartoon than that, but
yeah.
I would say that it would have to feel like a spooky Saturday morning cartoon.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like
yeah.
when I think of like when they do spooky episodes, like the track that comes to my mind pretty much all the time as like the emphasis of like a spooky episode as like a spooky track is Hell Over Heaven. Like that feels like a Halloween battle track, you know? But obviously that's not, obviously those are made for anime, that's made for anime vampires, not cartoon talking dogs, but you know what I mean.
Yes. Agreed.
Yeah. All right. So there is one more thing I feel like that's very important to bring up for production.
Oh yeah. So, you know, I almost completely forgot about this.
Yes. All right.
Yes,
let's
continue.
Let's mention.
All right. So let's backtrack a little. So remember how we said Parker left the show on their own accords? You know, respect. So yeah. Obviously, we shouldn't overwork DJ because he's giving us God's work, but you know, probably should have like maybe one more editor on the team just in case, you know, obviously don't want to overwork the lad. So luckily their DJ did find someone to pick up the slack for Parker's absence, and I can't believe that this is actually real. But Scooby vs. Courage will be the first full work of Galaxy Video Max for the channel and the show. What the?
Let's go, man. Let's go.
Yeah, I got the same idea.
I can't believe this is a thing.
I know, we're being shell-shocked twice.
I know, legit, after I recorded my reaction, and Kodo told me, hey, look on Twitter, Max posted something about this, like, wait, what? And then like, wait, what? No way. Like, freaking, what? Like, okay, like, of course, yep. I'm super happy for Max, and I hope he'll do, well, not only do I hope, I believe he'll do well. It's just,
I mean, if you need a small example, I mean, obviously he has his own YouTube channel, but shut up. He actually did the reveal trailer for this fight.
He actually did. Yeah, yes, did the reveal for. Yeah, he did the trailer, and it's pretty good.
And let me say, that's probably one of my favorite reveal trailers we've had in a while. Just the way he did it was very unique. I liked it.
We don't talk about this like ever because obviously they're not like, it doesn't matter to an insane degree, but I find maybe this is just because I'm an editor, but I find the next time trailers extremely underrated.
Oh yeah, like the past 3 have been super good.
Yeah,
actually no, past 4 one of my saying Polish is really good as well.
Yeah,
but yeah,
and I've seen so many like fan trailers that try to emulate them, and I just don't think they like. I just don't like them. Like there's quite a few out there that I do think are really good.
Yeah,
what was it?
Sure.
One that comes to mind, Rogue 101, I think is one that comes to my mind. His are really good, but I see so many that are like, they're just like they're trying to emulate what appears on the show, and I just don't think they get it right. I mean, part of it is, I guess part of it is obviously the suspense. You're not going to get much suspense out of seeing a fan trailer because they literally tell you what the matchup is.
This is true.
Which isn't their fault, obviously. But I think the main things for me for fan trailers, this is completely off topic. I just thought I'd bring this up. The main thing for me for fan trailers is they're too long. Personally, I think if you're trying to go for a more official style, me personally, try to keep it under 20 seconds. In fact, aim for 10. You don't need an incredibly long. You don't need an incredibly long trailer. This is especially for fan trailers. I don't see this, but I don't see this ever for the official ones. Please, for the love of God, stop recycling audio from official trailers. Please get your own audio. It is I can confirm it is not that hard. It's hard for to find the right one, but once you find it, actually pasting it together is not that hard. So please just do it. Go the extra mile, because to me at least, because I've seen so many, when Danny versus Jake was revealed, the amount of Danny versus what was it, Yusuke? I think Yusuke was the other one.
Yusuke.
The amount of Danny versus Yusuke trailers that literally just straight up rip off the audio of the Danny Jake trailer. I'm like, y'all are so freaking lazy.
Yeah. It is. But then you jump back to Max. Max's style for this, he understands the assignment, and I can sense his passion. I can feel his passion in this because, fun fact, much like me, this has been one of his most wanted fights for a long time. He really loves these two characters and these franchises.
And he actually, even though it's privated now, he actually did do a version of this match on one of his old Versus shows. So that's got to show something for passion.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly. So he does. I can sense how passionate he is, and if he's editing the whole episode for Courage versus QB, oh my God, I'm so excited. This is gonna be awesome. Yeah,
and just saying, in case you don't know, Max has his own versus series known as Multiverse Match. And if you've seen his most recent episode at the time, I swear SpongeBob versus Ronald releases, God damn it. If you've seen the editing for Pinhead versus the Tall Man, yeah, we're in good hands. Oh my gosh, it's I can't wait to see what he does with it. If it's as good as that, we are eating really good.
Here.
To say the least. So yeah.
Have you noticed recently that death metal's been run more by the community lately?
I know, right?
Yes.
I think it's really cool to see.
I 100% agree. It's just funny to me that what started off as Ben and Chad just doing their own thing and eventually just more like Screw Attack employees, and then more Rooster Teeth employees, and that's still true nowadays. But then like the researchers, they were voluntary at the time, but now they're freelance. Some of them are writers. One of them is a director. One of them is an editor, and now we have another editor who was a huge fan before all this. Like,
yeah,
and not on top of that, we have the Discord, and we have the champions ballots, the tournament, like,
yeah,
all over the place.
Not to mention all the cameos in Billcord.
Yeah,
like, you know what? I'm very glad that Death Battle is acknowledging its community and giving many of its fans like times to shine. You know what? That's just really cool to see.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So
wait, what am I doing? Claps to Galaxy Video Max. Can't wait to see your work on the show for watching. And it doesn't feel right, I won't lie, but I'm very happy for him. Gosh, like maybe just because I've been watching him for the longest time, and I mean for a short period of time I was in like the whole server with him. Like,
true.
Yeah,
it's like it's insane. But I'm happy.
I am too. Like, he's been one of my mates, and he's a great guy. He's very passionate about everything in terms of the Versus community. I've supported him like crazy. I always think that if anybody was going to have a chance to be on Death Battle, it would be him in whatever capacity they could get him in.
Mm-hmm.
It's finally I could not be more happy that he's now going to be a guest editor for this particular episode that he has wanted for a long time. He has his own idea of who would win. Since that video is privated, I will not confirm or deny who he actually will go with, but I will say, like, look, he's very passionate about the matchup. He really, really just loves it as much as I do.
Yeah. All right. So one more thing.
Oh my god.
So this is the skull and crossbones in the cipher wheel, right? Like, I'm not crazy.
I was gonna say what the fuck is this on the cipher wheel?
Like, this is one.
I actually think
this is 1000% the skull and crossbones, right? Like, I'm not crazy.
I think this is the pentagram.
I don't know. Like, okay, I have ideas, but they're not either of those two. I'm just saying that much. Like, freaking, like, the only two ideas that I can think of, and well, both of them are actually by friends, but like, I don't know what they could be otherwise. One of them is the shuffle the shuffle sign, just based on the classic Scooby-Doo door gag of run to one door, run through the other, run through the other door, run. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, go through one thing, come out another. Yeah,
exactly. And I mean, I guess that fits. The other one is the guy in the suit, because again, another classic Scooby-Doo thing.
I mean, that's a stretch.
I don't know about that.
No, I think it's either the pentagram or the skull and crossbones.
Look, all I'm just saying is they're dogs.
Yes,
they're dogs, and we have bones on the cipher wheel. Does that not seem obvious to anyone else?
Apparently not.
Does it also not seem obvious that both franchises dabble in or are practically entrenched in the supernatural, mainly courage?
Okay.
I mean,
here's my counterpoint. What's Gojo versus Makima?
What's Gojo versus Makima? I'd say that's probably the skull and crossbones.
Okay. Anyways,
I cannot wait for this cipher reel to be uncovered, because I legit Like, I mean, okay, those make sense, but like, it doesn't. It's also weird because, like, I don't know.
Maybe Brobuscus versus Makima is the shuffle. Who knows?
I mean,
we'll find out.
Yeah, but like, that's just our best guess. We could be completely wrong, but I don't know.
All right. No more delaying. Go ahead. Say the thing.
So Richard, please tell me that I'm not crazy for thinking that Twitter is losing their goddamn minds over who wins this.
You are not crazy.
Okay, cool. So here's the thing. I obviously don't want to get into too much detail because A, the blog is incomplete, and B, I don't want to spoil a lot of blog stuff anyway.
Fair enough.
But all I'm really going to say, and I'll probably get into more detail later, just a little bit, is that when I went to Twitter, 99 times out of 100, I saw people saying that Courage is winning this fight super freaking easily. And then I glance on over to the blog, and I'm looking at a few feats for Scooby, and I'm just like, huh? Like,
okay.
Really? Okay.
All right. Yeah, I've been preparing for this.
Now I should say I have no stakes one way or the other, but Richard, please tell me that either they're crazy or I'm crazy.
Okay, look, I hate to be that guy, but you're crazy.
Okay.
I will get into that. Like, hold on before, like, let's back it up. Is this fight 100% a stomp? In one particular area, yes, it is a stomp. But that doesn't mean that Scooby-Doo doesn't have any kind of chance. I'm going to do my best. I really am. I don't want to say it is a stomp because, again, Scooby-Doo has over 55 or 56 years worth of material. That alone should tell you that in almost none of them does he show that he can at least go or compete with Courage on some kind of level. All right, let me get into it. All right, so I'll start with Scooby-Doo. He's easy. I'll start with Scooby-Doo. Okay. So I'm also going to be working under the assumption that they are going to give Scooby-Doo everything, including his crossovers with the DC universe, because that's how Liam and Nick did it when they presented this as a community death battle last year. So same principles.
I imagine the community battles were just like shooting the shit, but go off. Personally, I don't think they're like. I mean, I think they are going to composite everything, but they're probably going to exclude crossovers. Just because I don't know, crossovers just in general just feel like a no-go. I mean, actually, you know what? Just a question. I guess this leads into the first of probably many questions you're going to get. No pressure.
No, it's okay.
What makes Scooby-Doo's crossovers different than Discord's?
What makes it different? Well, for one thing, it's different in the sense that, number one, there is no fourth wall breaking. That's example number one. Number two is, unlike those crossovers, unlike Discord's crossovers, where it is canon to everything, and he is even the one narrating and telling the story, and he can reshape the outcome any way he wants. Scooby-Doo, on the other hand, is the best way to go to just explain this. Scooby-Doo's crossovers are essentially a rotating door. He goes in and he comes out. That's it. Nothing sticks or is forever changed or brought up by the next time, because Scooby-Doo is a linear series that has had many, many different interpretations, but there's still Scooby-Doo. So, for example, here's the best one, because this one's the craziest. So Scooby-Doo meets Scooby-Doo when he teamed up with Batman for like, I don't know, the 8th or the 9th time. It's almost 13 times now. By the end of the finale of his own comic, we see that there's also a Scooby-Doo that kind of has the same power set as Mitzi Spitlick, and he's able to bring all of these Scooby-Doo characters from all the different iterations into their main world. And this is the 1969 world. That's so essentially you get to see Scooby-Doo meet his live action self, his other animated counterparts, and of course at the time his most divisive interpretation, or divisive, excuse me, Scooby-Doo Apocalypse. And then after that, it was just meant to be a finale. And then by the time the next issue came out, we were back to square one. So the crossovers, in this sense, don't really give Scooby-Doo that much. If anything, it shows that Scooby-Doo has gone through the same chaotic craziness that Courage has.
Well, I asked that because they didn't include the crossovers for Discord. I'm just wondering if there's any reason they would include them for Scooby when they didn't for Discord.
Again, the best reason I can give you if they do include it, but they didn't do it for Discord, is because Scooby-Doo, again, has shown that he has had some wacky adventures to where that kind of evens things out between him and Courage. Because Courage's whole thing is Courage where Scooby-Doo is devolved. It's not devolved. While it's mainly around the core principle that Scooby and his friends go in, they solve a mystery. There's always some evidence that it may be supernatural, but by the end, they're able to figure out that no, it has nothing to do with the supernatural. There is no such things as ghosts, zombies, vampires, etc. So these comics and these crossovers would actually edge things out and give Scooby some equal footing with Courage in terms of how this would be structured.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
A little bit.
Okay. It's as simple as I can make it, because I'm really not kidding. But for the purposes of this, I will reference the crossovers.
All right.
So yes. So Scooby-Doo has pretty much done it all. Scooby-Doo is, of course, a detective. If you that is not hyperbole, he is classified as a detective. As I said, him and his friends go around solve mysteries. Sometimes they're most of the times, especially nowadays, because WB doesn't want to scare kids with the idea of things being real.
Heaven forbid! Fake. Think of the children.
Yeah, in Scooby-Doo's world, it's all smoke and mirrors. There's no such thing as the supernatural. But Scooby has gotten into a lot of wacky adventures. I don't want to. It's hard to describe him as a combatant because here's the first thing you need to know. Scooby-Doo cannot, despite being a canine dog, he doesn't really have any violent tendencies that a canine is supposed to have. Hell, I think it's obvious. He's a talking dog. He loves eating food a lot, and he's a giant coward. So, as a combatant, he basically relies on his wits, whatever the intelligence. Because I did tell this to Bill when off camera in a chat that we were having. Scooby-Doo is actually intelligent. He's not a dumbass. He can actually be very adept at situations. He's even planned out strategic ideas, and oftentimes, and they have succeeded. He's even good at on-the-fly kind of things. Like, okay, my favorite example. in the Mystery Incorporated series, which again I think you and ZDogg would really love. Scooby-Doo was in the season 2 premiere. Scooby-Doo was separated from his friends because Shaggy's parents were dicks, and enlisted Shaggy in the military and put Scooby-Doo on a farm that was essentially like Shawshank Prison, but for animals. Scooby-Doo was trapped there for months, maybe even a year. And each time he would come up with plans to try and get out of there. And then he finally had a plan that worked. He succeeded. Then he went to go find Shaggy, and to get him out of military training, he straight up hijacked a tank and pointed it right at Shaggy's commanding officer's face, telling him that Shaggy is coming with him. And also, in the season finale, and even in that same series, Scooby-Doo has been known to be able to operate vehicles. He can drive, not that good, but he can drive. He also can operate machinery, like construction machinery or just any kind. And he can even pilot a robot suit that has fucking minigun Gatling guns attached to his arms. He was able to do this in the series finale of Mystery Incorporated, where he straight up hijacked a suit of armor with miniguns on them, and he straight up unloaded and killed all of the robots because they were threatening his Shaggy.
Damn.
Yes. Scooby-Doo has also been through a lot of stuff and lived to tell the tale. He's gone through the supernatural stuff. Try as WB might back in the day, he has met zombies, werewolves, Frankenstein monsters, ghosts. He's met a shitload of things. He's even met aliens. He's met a computer sentient AI that is obsessed with baseball. He's met witches, warlocks, and I'm trying to think what else. And of course, the DC. And he's crossed over with not only every character in the Hanna-Barbera universe, but he's also crossed over with the DC universe, mainly with Batman. Batman is the go-to crossover. It's almost as if Batman and Scooby-Doo are so oversaturated that it makes sense to put them together.
Nah, that's crazy talk.
The biggest feats Scooby-Doo, the biggest feats that came from his crossovers with fucking Batman is he was able to snip out and detect trails that Batman couldn't, and of course he was able to go up against and survive from Batman's greatest rogues galleries. In one episode, it was technically an episode of Batman Brave and the Bold, where Batmite altered an original crossover with Scooby-Doo and Batman from like the early 70s. He pretty much gave Scooby and Shaggy the ability to just beat the shit out of the Joker and the Penguin. And then, this is the craziest part. Scooby-Doo has dodged Black Manta's ray, which a friend of mine's told me it's not right, but it is plasma, but it's designed to, whenever it hits an Atlantean, it's supposed to essentially dry them out and make them feel helpless. Scooby-Doo was able to dodge it while underwater. And the craziest thing of all, Scooby-Doo was taken in by the Legion of Superheroes from the 31st century, and he was exposed to X-Kryptonite, which gave him superpowers akin to Crypto the Superdog. And he was even deemed worthy by Sinestro's Yellow Lantern ring to be a Yellow Lantern. Granted, both him and Shaggy were chosen, but he was a co-wielder of a lantern ring. But he didn't use it. Shaggy did. So
damn.
There you go.
And here I was about to ask, what does Scooby do with the lantern ring? Because this
absolutely nothing.
All right, cool. I was like, is this a Hal Jordan situation or is this a Black Adam situation? Turns out it's neither, and it's worse.
No, it is.
We'll have to wait for Shaggy if he ever shows up.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah, it ain't. I know. I'm sorry. It ain't good. It ain't good. But yes, so Scooby-Doo does have various tools and gadgets of his own, and his main go-to little gadget, I would say, is Scooby Snacks. Now, they may look like just regular dog treats, but no, they're not. Anybody can eat a Scooby Snack. I mean, fucking Shaggy has eaten the damn things from time to time. And he constantly fights with Scooby over the Scooby Snack. But when Scooby is given his Scooby Snack, it not only gives him motivation, but it also can do an interesting number of things. For example, in a pup named Scooby-Doo, whenever he eats a Scooby Snack, it gives him the ability to shape-shift his body into basically rockets. He can literally fire rocket exhaust from the bottom and shoot up into the sky in less than 10 seconds, and he's now motivated, he's now ready to go into action.
What?
And in some iterations, these Scooby Snacks have given him powers, but that's not that common. It's mostly just it's essentially his spinach. That's the best way I can say it. It's his spinach. Except when he eats a Scooby Snack, he doesn't do ridiculous things like Popeye does. And I also have to mention the crazy feats, because there are reasons, Brobuscus, why I'm willing to bet the blog is rooting for the canine at the moment. Scooby-Doo has survived the universe ending and being rewritten.
Mm-hmm. That's you haven't even touched the craziest thing I've seen yet.
I'm going to. So what happened was, at the end of Mystery Incorporated, again, please, both of you, go watch the show. It really is fucking good. It's the best way to go to Scooby-Doo, in my opinion. At the
How
end
long
of
is it?
Scooby, it's 2 seasons, 22 minutes.
Oh.
How many episodes?
26.
In total?
Yeah. Season both have 26 episodes. So
okay.
That's like what, 40? That's like almost 40 episodes.
That's 52 episodes.
Yeah, but again, it's worth
I'll consider it.
Yeah. So in the end finale, Scooby and the gang fight a giant fucking Cthulhu monster that was destined to bring the end of their town and the world. And it turns out Scooby-Doo and his friends were destined to stop this thing, because they come from a long lineage of mystery solvers that always have an animal companion. And each of these mystery solvers have been tainted and poisoned and not been able to work together properly to fight this Cthulhu monster. Scooby and his friends, they did, and they stabbed him with a MacGuffin that essentially, when he stabbed them, when Scooby stabbed him, this thing exploded and it rewrote reality. And Scooby and his friends were transported to a new universe that had no conspiracies, no greed, and wasn't tainted by the effects of the MacGuffin. So they were in a non-mystery solving town.
In other words, they survived a universal destruction that sent them into another timeline.
Yes.
What?
ZDogg, don't act like this isn't the craziest thing you've ever heard.
It isn't, but still.
Yeah.
But don't worry, it gets worse.
Yes. Okay. Fine. So the other thing too. This is from I've been purposely trying to find this feat, because this was the feat everyone was talking about that would give Scooby an advantage. So, in Season 1, Episode 21 of Scooby-Doo Guess Who, where Scooby-Doo crossed over with Maddie Zellweger. I think I'm pronouncing her name right. Okay, yes. So, she was a ballerina dancer, And essentially, they have to capture a ghost who is a dead ballerina, who is the best there is of what she did. And so, to impress everybody, or at least to try and trap them, Maddie taught Scooby and Shaggy a unique technique that only certain ballerinas can do. And it essentially involves into them making the shape of a triangle and emitting a light that is so bright, so powerful, it can not only be seen from the planet, but we transport and we see an alien who is holding the entire universe in a snow globe. The light coming from their technique shatters the snow globe universe in half, and of course the alien starts crying.
Is Scooby going to be one of the most powerful non-DC, non-comic characters this season?
Yes.
Would you believe me if I said I had a calc for it?
Yes. So please go ahead.
Well, I'm just gonna post it in our chat because reasons. But to make too long didn't read. It is about 22 quintillion times higher than the mass energy of the universe.
However, I'm going to debunk this theory later on. So
and I should say, I was assuming this is what Rich is going to bring up. I imagine it's not, but assuming it is, this is for each individual dancer. This is split up into three.
Yes, it was Shaggy, Maddie, and Scooby.
Yeah, but I want to bring up that the calc has that in mind.
Yes, so that means potentially, if not actually, Scooby-Doo is 1/3 universal. If not, maybe lower than that, I would say solar system, but the point still stands because, again, I'm going to get into this later on. We're going to put a pin in this for a little bit.
Well,
so, yes, that's Scooby-Doo. How you doing, ZDogg?
Fine. Well, I'll tell you, this gets rid of one of my questions I had for Courage, so because it seems like this makes it null and void.
Okay, so speaking of that, let's get into Courage.
Well, before you do, I do want to bring up one very important speed calc. Just because you didn't mention speed, I just want to bring up like one speed field. It's the best. That's the best thing I've seen for him, and then you can move on to Courage.
No, it's okay.
Scooby has dodged Moonlight, which is calced at just under like 80% the speed of light. All right, Courage.
All right, cool. Courage. So, since Courage has dealt with the supernatural more consistently, he's more consistent to run down. So, Courage has literally, and I mean literally, gone up against what the damn universe in the middle of nowhere has to offer. He's gone up against vampires, ghosts, Morlocks, witches, dragons, Bigfoot, mermaids that enchant you and try to eat you. He's gone up against weremoles. Think a werewolf and a mole. Boom, you got a weremole. He has gone up.
Not the weirdest animal crossover I've seen.
He's gone up against sentient fucking talking cats, a French goose who is a bank robber, a giant foot that is born out of the fungus of the farmer and is now a 1930s or 40s gangster. He has gone up against, it keeps going. He has gone up against robots, a fucking giant universe-conquering robot. He has gone up against, oh my god, a scarecrow. He's gone up against pumpkins. He's gone up against a killer fog. He has caught up, I keep saying caught. He's essentially gone up against, I don't want to say God, but he's gone up against a being who was able, if the farmer didn't plant something, he was essentially going to eradicate their whole land. Oh, and of course, how could I forget? Courage has gone up against fucking He's gone up against ghost ancient Vikings that will cut your heads off. And last but not least, the most scariest thing he's ever gone up against is a barber named Fred, who is essentially the male equivalent of, oh man, how do I put it? Maybe a sexual predator or offender. That's the best I can do. Except think barber. Yeah.
Great.
So
that's what I needed today.
Yes. Courage has gone up against everything. And hell, he's even gone up against an alien octopus from the damn sky. Oh, and he's gone up against a living shadow. So yeah, Courage has seen his fair share of shit. Okay, now moving on to strength. Because I didn't mention strength for Scooby because I couldn't pinpoint the best he is strength-wise. Scooby-Doo, I forgot to mention. He's at least wall level. That's it. That's pretty much the best he's got. Wall level. He can pick up and lift somewhat heavy things, but if they're food related, then that's it. He can also, unless you count the DC crossovers, in which case he has been able to go toe-to-toe with some beings with superhuman hand strength. Courage is very fucking strong. For example, his teeth. His teeth are strong. And I'm going to tell you why they're strong. In the first episode, he's tied up. When him and his family go to his arch nemesis Katz's motel, there are no dogs allowed. And his family, so he's tied up on a wooden beam alone because the farmer is a fucking asshole, in case you can tell. And he hears that his family is being attacked by spiders, fucking disgusting, horrifying spiders. One comes after him, and he tries everything to get off his leash. He uses a flamethrower. He uses a chainsaw. He even uses a chemical a deadly chemical concoction that just one drop of it can fucking blow anything up. And when all that doesn't work, he just bites the leash off. And we're just getting started. He's of course been able to. He's gotten so he can get so buff. He can get, when he works out enough, he can literally tear a door that's attached to stone off its hinges. He of course can lift anything. The more heavier stuff seems to be a struggle for him, but he can lift nearly anything. Even a giant, although he does have his limits when lifting things. Just want to point that out there. His speed. Oh, you talk about Scooby-Doo being 80% faster than the speed of light. Oh boy. Dear. Oh boy. Courage, in his pilot episode, avoided a shot from a laser gun fired by a mutated chicken. And that was one of his many FTL feats. Later on, him and his family are trapped, and I'm going to get as to where they were trapped because this goes into durability. They were trapped in space, and Courage and his grandmother figure Muriel had nowhere to go. They see the farmer riding an asteroid, cowboy style, and Courage takes out a grappling hook and fires it at the asteroid while it's going past them. That is FTL's reaction speed, by the way, because he had to do that in less than a couple of seconds, maybe even a nanosecond. And he was able to go, it took him, and just based on where they were, they ended up on Mars in less than a couple of hours, if not a week.
Oops, I dropped this. Yeah, you didn't really need to convince me that hard to tell me that Courage is faster.
Fair enough. Yeah, I had so many more examples, but thank you. So yes, Courage is confirmed to be FTL. Now his durability. Oh my god, his durability.
What?
Okay, so Courage is essentially unkillable. He cannot die by conventional means. He has been shot, electrocuted, thrown off cliffs, thrown off buildings. He's been attacked, mauled. He's been beaten to death. He's been choked. He's survived a pummeling from a giant kaiju that when it struck him, the impact radius almost resembled an atomic bomb. He has been beaten up by multiple of his arch nemesis. He's been smothered, and that's all what his enemies have done to him. Let me tell you what he's done to himself. Whenever he screams or he does his little whenever he does that, he shapeshifts. Or when Muriel is kidnapped, he has a hilarious overreaction. One of those overreactions is he literally turned his whole body inside out until there was nothing left but a beating, pulsating heart.
Mm-hmm.
He has disintegrated. He has disintegrated himself. He has literally done the Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. He did that impression way before Peter Parker did it. He has torn off his own head and like a light bulb to get out of situations. And he's also ripped himself apart, showing his fucking skin and skeleton on the inside. He has popped, his eyeballs have fallen off. His head is exploded. And my favorite thing that he's done to himself, it always happened. It only happened once. The weremole incident, he legit had a heart attack. And he was fine. And then there's the durability, the other thing. That asteroid feat, that was while Courage and his grandmother were on the surface of the sun itself, after he and his family were sent up by the government to go and fix the sun by replacing it like a light bulb. They had a spare light bulb that would power the sun. And he not only put the light bulb in, but he was withstanding the heat of the sun. Granted, you can make the argument that he was in a spacesuit, but he could still feel the sun. And the spaceship that brought him and his family there, it melted. Because of course it would. But he didn't. He survived being on the hottest surfaces of the sun, and he was able to grapple hook an asteroid and make it back from the sun to Mars in less than a week. And of course, there's also his greatest power, his screaming. Every time he screams, there are literal catastrophic events that happen.
Well, raise your hand if you know where this is going.
Yes, I'm actually going to mention an underrated one because this always doesn't get brought up. When Courage's enemies were beating the shit out of him in a dodgeball matchup and they had captured his grandmother figure, Muriel, he had nothing until Muriel reminded him there's one thing that he can do that they can't. So he screamed really, really loud until he caused an actual earthquake. And he caused a massive pothole to fill in the basement of his home, and all of the enemies were sunk into it. And then the last thing, the greatest thing his screen can do, after witnessing that a tree that was granting wishes and being generally kind to them was chopped down by Eustace, the farmer. Courage runs up on a... Yeah, of course. Courage runs up on a high cliff. He screams so loud that the sun shatters like glass. And by the way, Sean did some calculations on that. Essentially, that came out to over 20 octillion tons of high decibels. And he used Sindel as a baseline from Sindel versus Black Canary.
Mm-hmm.
And there also is, Liam brought this up, it's dubious at best, take it with a grain of salt, but Liam believes that Courage reality warped the sun to be essentially made of glass, and he screamed so loud that it shattered. So whether he did or didn't, I don't know, but he still broke the sun. And of course, the last thing I want to mention is Courage actually has some great intelligence, but it's more consistently shown. He can actually execute plans. He can execute plans based off strategy. He's very adept when the moment calls for it. And of course, he's a very, very smart dog. He can literally do anything. He can drive, he can fly, he can come up with creative ways to get into a place to save his family. And of course, he can do some basic fighting, but it's more like street level. And of course, he's a great artist. He really is a great fucking artist. And he's not a bad detective in his own right. Although most of the stuff that he needs that is beyond him, that he doesn't know about, he goes to the computer. The computer is essentially his standard equipment, where he goes and he types in what the problem is, and the computer will give him clues on how to resolve the situation. But Courage still is not bad at deducing things and figuring out a way to get out of them if he doesn't have access to his computer. Whew! I'm done.
Oh, that's okay. So, like, I don't even know.
Oh my god! I forgot one more thing. Sorry, one more thing.
Okay.
There was an episode where Courage and his family went to the future by a tornado that came to their house. It essentially captured them and flung them into the future where the planet Earth was ruled by bananas, and there was a giant ape. And Courage did not age. He was still alive. And when he went back, he was the same again. Okay, now I'm done.
Okay. So... Okay, so... Sounds like... Okay, so I'm just gonna go through. So it sounds like to me, it sounds like Scooby. Let's say it sounds like Scooby is the stronger one, but it really just depends. Sounds like Courage is gonna be really hard to put down, and I'm not exactly sure if Scooby can. That's.
All right, well, I'm going to get the only question I have because I'm still not convinced on the problem here. What exactly do you have to debunk the triangle dance thing?
Yes, the triangle dance. I confirmed with a friend of mine who is a big versus debater and knows his shit very well, and we both went over this feat. And it was a conclusion that, number one, there was a conclusion. This feat is a massive outlier, mainly because of two things. And the main thing, number one, this feat was done by not Scooby-Doo alone, but by two other people helping him. And granted, the person who was surprised by the technique, it was said that only she could do it by herself. because she was a much better ballerina / ballet dancer / figure skater than anybody. So she herself pretty much concluded that, okay, so that right there concludes. It shouldn't be counted that Scooby-Doo can just do this whenever he wants, because number one, it takes a lot of prep to do. He has to execute it the right way, but if he had Shaggy and Maddie there with him, which again, this is important, Maddie is the one who taught both Shaggy and Scooby how to do this, and it seemed like this was only ever as impressive as it was when it was all three of them doing it. If it's one person, then it's most likely that it wouldn't achieve the same effect, because again, that's just how the character reacted. And number two, the universe, even though the universe broke, my friend brought up an interesting point. Did the universe break, or is this what the ghost was envisioning? Because if you'll notice, Fred, Velma, Daphne, the audience, they're all fine, and they didn't know the technique. So if the universe really did break in that one moment, then nobody should be right there. So I believe, and so does my friend, that is a comedic visual gag, that the person who's seeing the technique with her own eyes with three people executing it, it's so beautiful and so awe-inspiring that it feels like the universe could break just by looking at it. And we also transition from the alien's eye when the alien is crying back to the ghost. So it further proves that this was all in her head. The idea that this dance technique is so this dance technique is so beautiful that she thought that the universe would break. She's envisioning the universe breaking because she can't comprehend how amazing this is. There are no words. And again, I would like to further add that Scooby-Doo is not the main contributor of this feat. It's the technique itself. The technique itself, when done by three people, it can do this, not the person. But then again, this person, the ghost, is said to be the only one who could do it. But that's because assumably she had years and years of experience as a ballerina dancer and figure skater. So it really doesn't make Scooby-Doo universal, or if he did do this dance, it doesn't mean he could just destroy the whole damn universe. Because if that were the case, then this would be then this recurring gag would have been featured a lot more to get a distraction out of the monster of the week that they're going after. Whereas you compare that to Courage shattering the moon, that is actually very consistent because, again, as I said, Courage's screams can basically shake the whole damn planet, and at its highest, it can break the sun. Could it break the universe? I don't think so. But the fact that it's able to reach star level, that's pretty damn impressive. And that's more in line with Courage the Cowardly Dog. Because Scooby-Doo because this was essentially just a last-minute thing. This was a way to catch the ghost off guard, and it worked. So there you go. That is how I debunked that scene.
Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I can't say I'm convinced.
Well, you weren't convinced with the arguments that I gave for Frieza versus Megatron when I was repping Frieza, so it's okay.
Well, okay, so I'll let you have that. Maybe again, I should preface, I don't really care. I'm just
That's
like,
fine.
I also will admit I don't have every single detail in front of me, so I'm just going off of what I see. I will give you that maybe the whole, shattering the glass ball that the universe was in, probably just a visual gag. Sure. However, there's another side to this, is that apparently, at minimum, the dance lit up the universe, which also has a calc to it. Got about 2.7 billion foe. If you don't remember what foe is, it's basically 1 unit of foe is basically the energy output of a supernova. And again, this is per dancer. This is not all 3 of them combined into one. This is each individual dancer. So basically what this calc is assuming is that Scooby, Shaggy, and Maddie, I forgot her name for a second, individually have 2.7 billion times the energy of a supernova. Now, here's the thing. Here's the part that I'm not convinced on. Is that it's... and to me, it's kind of giving me flashbacks to the... what's the cloud thing from Poe? The Wuxi Fingerhold?
Yes.
And that, yes, the technique itself isn't an attack, but that wasn't the point. That wasn't the point of what. That wasn't the point of what they were trying to measure. It was basically how much energy he has in him, basically. And that. So basically, what I'm saying is, yes, sure, Scooby can't. Maybe Scooby wouldn't be able to perform the dance, but the point isn't that.
He couldn't.
The point isn't that he couldn't. It's the point is that it's still an absurd amount of energy that Scooby has within him, I guess. And that still looks to me like it's like even the minimum is still more than Courage shattering the sun.
Well, again, I like to attribute that feat. I do agree, and I want to make it clear. I'm not saying the feat itself should not be taken into account. They have to, because I'm not that stupid, and I'm not that biased for Courage that I'm willing to just say, no, you can't use it. You can, but the problem is, like, that really doesn't do anything attack-wise to hurt Courage. The problem is that's more of a feat. That's more of an energy feat that, performed at its best, could destroy the whole universe. And obviously Scooby-Doo isn't going to perform that feat. Because again, yes, will he be able to blind Courage with it? Possibly, if not maybe. But that's just it. Courage's eyeballs have literally came out of their sockets. They dropped like glass. His eyeballs literally have been through some insane amount of shit. So I can concede that at the bare minimum, this could be a distraction to use against Courage.
Okay, so I think you're misunderstanding. I'm not saying that like this particular technique is going to win. I don't think Scooby is gonna use this technique. Just gonna be real. The point I'm trying to get at is that it's still like I'm trying to figure out how to word this because I'm an outsider.
No, it's okay.
So let me think. So when they did this for Poe, again, it wasn't the point wasn't that that the Wuxi Fingerhold is an attack. It's just that they used that as a measurement for his chi. I almost said ki because I don't know. They used that as a measurement for his chi, and that the energy that expelled would apply to his other moves, his other attacks. to the techniques that actually matter. And to me, that's kind of what this is sounding like. Is that yes, Scooby's not going to perform this particular technique, but he still has that energy in him that he used for this technique that he can use for his other important shit. I
do want to clarify. I didn't. There was no misunderstanding. I was not addressing that point to you directly. I was just using that. Because I know somebody's gonna fucking ask about it, and I wanted to address that point just directly to anybody who's watching, and maybe concede that hypothetically, if he was able to perform this move, maybe it could do something to throw Courage off. That's it. It wasn't
right. Sure.
I misunderstood.
I'm just saying that. Okay, yes, the technique itself is probably going to do jack all. Sure. I'm just saying that the energy from it that he can apply to himself is important. And from my perspective, is more impressive than Courage.
That's fair. That is fair because yes, Courage never really got anything that crazy. Because I do want to stress that while the series can be a little out there and unrealistic at times, it still grounds itself in the sense of, okay, look, this is how this is how reality is. Courage never fucking does anything that destroys or has the universe at stake for a visual gag. That it just never went that far.
Yeah.
Truth be told, I'm kind of hard pressed to believe that he could, that there wouldn't be a reason he couldn't, but hey. So yeah, that's pretty much everything I have. Again, I understand the point. I understand now why you're not sold, but I also understand. I did understand what you were saying. It's just, again, I wanted to make sure that if anybody wanted to say use that as a potential move Scooby could do, like, look, it essentially would do jack all.
Sure.
And that's not the point of it. All right, so let's wrap it up with this segment because
we have more shit to talk about.
Yes, and thank you for letting me do it as long as I have. I apologize.
Yeah, you're fine. All right, I guess. Well, okay, ZDogg, final questions. Anything you wanna? Anything that's pushing you back a little bit?
Question.
Go ahead.
About the sun feet. Mm-hmm. So, how consistent do you think it is compared to Courage's other feats? Like, is there any reason it should or should not be counted in terms of this?
It's very consistent because I literally kid you. Courage's screens can range from comedic to terrorized, and he can amp it up to essentially be used as a weapon. This was pretty much the highest his screen could go in terms of what kind of destructional damage it could do. After that, his screen never did anything this powerful or this batshit and crazy again. But that was pretty much the ultimate cap his screen could go to.
I do also want to say, and this applies to both Scooby and Courage. And this actually really just applies in general to like any fight. I imagine the reason you're asking that, ZDogg, is because like you were worried about writing it off as an outlier. Because of like it being so far above. Personally, for me, and this is probably just a me thing, I don't like writing feats off like that. Personally, for me, I don't consider anything an outlier unless it's like, and I think Ben said something similar on Cast a few years back, I don't like writing feats off as outliers just because they're so far above everything else that's been shown.
Right.
That's fair.
For me, I think it's best to look, if you're worried about that, then try to find an explanation for how, because the feat still exists.
Yeah.
Right.
So try to find an explanation for how this feat was accomplished outside of the fact that maybe he's just that powerful. And like I said, like you asked us about the sun feat, I've seen people ask this about the triangle dance. So I bring this up for both sides.
Okay. Yeah.
That's fair.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, they have done that with other characters like SpongeBob and such. So I figured they're gonna include it in the episode. I just wanted to ask just in case, see if that makes it process any easier. Probably won't.
I mean, if it makes things any easier to seal the deal, ZDogg, Courage's Toon Force and Hammer Space is far, far greater than anything Scooby-Doo can do. Scooby-Doo is kind of the weakest Toon Force user compared to all the other users we've had on the show.
Yeah. Fair. I guess I'm just so like I'm just trying to wonder if like there's like anything because yes, Courage is insanely durable, to almost insane degree. I'm just trying. Okay, well,
Scooby-Doo, I didn't mean to make it sound like Scooby-Doo, because that's the problem. With over 54 years of Scooby-Doo being around, there's literally there's a total of almost 100 Scooby-Doo things that are out there. And
we are all probably 100% missing something.
Because the problem with this matchup for Scooby, for me to represent and give you the basic idea of what he's capable of, is he doesn't have a consistent set of gadgets. Whatever gadgets he has, they are from video games or his time in the comics, which I do believe they will give it to him. But his most consistent thing that he always has on him is Scooby Snacks. And the other thing too is that, look, Scooby-Doo's show resets. We always get a new iteration of the same character. So that makes it very, very hard to try and get everything, because you have to take in, what do we do? Do we go up from the 1960s? Do we take all of the TV series, obviously not counting Velma, and the movies into account? Or do we also just composite him? Because if they composite him, that makes things a little easier.
I will say, the only like non-Scooby-Doo material I'm seeing in Ultra's media guide is his crossover with Batman Brave and the Bold. Like I'm seeing like a bunch of movies, like pretty much all the TV shows, unless I'm guessing it's all of them.
Up to guess who it should be.
Yeah. So I imagine and obviously like if it not being things not being in the media guide doesn't mean they're not going to include them. If Megatron's is anything to go by.
Agreed.
I mean, I'm not salty. What are you talking about? Mild joking aside, I imagine what's going to happen is that it is going to be a full composite, but stuff like crossovers are going to be I don't want to say put under scrutiny, because I kind of I don't want to say excluded, because it just makes, I don't know. I'm just going to say put under question. Like we'll put a question mark on the crossovers. But I imagine everything else is fine.
Yeah, no, it doesn't contradict. Well, also too maybe the live action movies can also be used. I don't know because that's again totally different scoop. But you never know. They're most definitely probably going to be included. In fact, Ultra's probably got it on his list. So I just want to recap. Scooby has advantages in terms of I would say intelligence. But I would make the argument both of them are equal. But given that I said that unlike Courage, who does need help from the computer to solve a supernatural problem that he can't handle, Scooby is actually able to handle a problem just based off his years of rubbing off Velma and fucking Fred. He obviously has better gadgets. He's gonna get gadgets. I know they're gonna give him his gadgets and the Scooby snacks. And I do just want to say that he's probably. I'm trying to think of another. He's probably gonna get the. I don't know what other category they could realistically give him. I mean, maybe you could say that maybe he's no. I'm trying to think because the problem is Courage kind of takes the majority of the categories that are important. And
I don't mean to rush anything, but we are quite a good bit in, and we still have quite a bit more to talk about. So could we please not make ZDogg suffer anymore?
All right. Well, he's having a hard time picking.
Yeah, I legit do not know. I think this is the most close I've been in a while, and we just had Gojo.
All right, well.
Do you want me to ask Siri to flip a coin for you?
No. Well, no. I mean.
Okay. You know what?
I'll just go with gut feeling, because.
All right.
What's your gut feeling?
Okay, gut feeling is telling me Scooby's gonna win, and because I don't know, it sounds like you can make arguments for him to be on a way stronger level than Courage, and I feel like that might be taken into account. Plus, while Courage is insanely durable, I mean, okay, this is a big if, because if they don't include it, well, I mean, yeah. But if you could argue Scooby to be that much higher, I don't think anything is going to prevent that, durability like that. So I'll stick with it. Yeah. I don't want to have this go on for much longer, so I think I will stick with Scooby winning.
Okay. Bro?
I am going to do the same. I'm gonna go with Scooby. Sorry, Richard.
I'm so sorry, Richard.
All right.
You did good.
I'm just. You know what? No, I was gonna ask more questions, but I'm not. I don't want to drag this on too long. I'm just not seeing anything that can get past Scooby's raw power. Courage. I will give Courage speed by a very, very substantial margin. But I'm just not seeing anything that can overcome Scooby's the difference in power that I'm seeing.
Well, I'm obviously going with Courage. I would say Courage has greater durability, greater speed. His Toon Force and hacks are way beyond Scooby-Doo's, and there are a few ways he can end the fight. And just saying. And Courage also has experience. Raw power is all good and all, but when you don't have the experience, speed, and durability to back it up, I really don't see. And the question I really was hoping y'all would agree with me is, what can Scooby-Doo do to kill Courage or put him down? Because Courage, as I said, is unkillable by conventional means. So I'm leaving it at that. I'm going for Courage, and I actually hope Scooby-Doo does lose, because this is going to sound crazy coming from me, but it's time for Courage to get a W, because Scooby-Doo has been all over the goddamn place over these past 50 years. Courage has unfortunately fallen into obscurity, and it's time for him to make a comeback.
I will say this is probably the the one non-Billcord matchup this season that I give the least amount of shits about. So, like if Courage does win, then like I am not losing sleep over it. So,
I mean, yeah, I would be happy for all the fans, but like,
So if I'm wrong, then whatever. Listen, I'm already broken. You're not gonna break me further.
Fair enough.
And I mean, I have the worst streak out of us so far. So I mean, yeah, whatever. This season, anyway. So,
anyways,
how more down can I go?
So cool. Thanks for that. Hey, you guys know what time it is. You know what time it is. You know it's coming. It's coming.
Welcome to the Tournament of Champions!
Yeah, baby, that's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
So we're gonna have some fun with this one.
So yeah.
So what are we at now? Week 6 and 7.
6 and 7.
Yeah,
yep.
Week 6 and 7.
Almost at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I keep thinking that, and I'm just like, I'm sorry, what?
I know, right?
All right, and we do need to speedrun this because even after this, we are not done.
Yes. All right, let's go.
All right, week 6, Smile, Lucina versus Grovile.
It is cool, and it would make my friend happy. So I thumbs up.
Look, all I'm saying is that the Pokken tournament champion, who is also a Sceptile main, who is also a Death Battle researcher, is hard pushing for this match. If that doesn't make you want it, I don't know what does.
Exactly. I'm in full support. So
yeah. Also, after watching Max a Few Trades Let's Play of Fire Emblem Awakening, I definitely have a lot more respect for Lucina than I did when she was announced for Smash Brothers, which isn't saying a lot, but but yeah, I really do like her now.
There you go.
I'm still rooting for Grovile though because of my Pokemon bias. Smile. Anyways, yeah, cool fight. I like it. This is definitely my preferred Lucina fight.
It's not mine, but it's second place, so we'll take it.
All right, time for the match that I am honestly pushing to win this whole goddamn tournament. I know it's not going to, but just let me have this, please.
Well, it's one step ahead, so it's
True.
one step already.
True. Mega Man X versus Optimus Primal. Beast Wars is back, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, granted, it's been back for 2 years, but shut up. We have a really good toy line, which some of those figures are behind me right now. We had a third installment of a trilogy that had Beast Wars characters in it. We have a movie, which is Peak. I will not hear otherwise. And now we have this match. Yes, please. This is my preferred. Yeah. This is my preferred X fight. I know Samus exists. I know Cosmos exists. I don't care. This is the one. This is the X fight. And we know they can do Mega Man because we have the Mega Man Battle Royale.
True.
Yeah, and I know this is gonna be. I know this is like. This might seem like a wild, like weird matchup at first, but really think about it. I think there's more. I think, for lack of a better term, there's more to this match than meets the eye.
Yeah.
Okay. Terrible pun aside. Percy Jackson versus Zagreus. AKA, how is this not Pit?
I know, right? Like, I was legit surprised when that it's not Pit, but I mean, sounds cool enough. It's two new franchises. One that I feel like is a bit overdue for Death Battle, and the other is an indie game, which we sorely need more of in Death Battle. So, like, even besides the obvious one, like, we seriously need more indie games in general.
I know Liam like super freaking loves Hades, and I think this is the match he was pushing for.
Yeah.
So like of this
got
batch.
Second place. And someone got above Lucina Grovile, which legit surprised me. But I mean,
yeah, I imagine Hades hype. I guess Hades also is getting a sequel, so
nice.
so I imagine the hype for that gave this match a bit more of a push. I mean, I'll be honest. I know I said how is this not Pit, but I imagine it wouldn't have done any better if it was.
Yeah, probably not. I don't know.
I say that I'm down for either. I don't really care. I don't know much about Zagreus anyway, so I have not. I am uncultured and have not played Hades.
Same here, but both sound like neat matchups.
Yeah.
So I'd be down for either. And I mean, hey, again, another new franchise. So
although
yeah.
The spiteful son of a bitch in me is kind of wanting Percy to fight Harry so that J.K. Rowling can put her money where her mouth is. But like I said, that part of me is also really, really petty. So don't listen to him.
Exactly.
Anyways, Scott Pilgrim versus Kazuma Sato, aka the match that got last, aka How Is This Not Travis, aka the guy who submitted this broke the rules and started dumping on both of their other options. So his match technically got DQ'd, but it was too late. I was wondering if you were gonna bring that up. Yeah, but it was too late before they added it. So in hindsight, kind of kind of a blessing that this one got last.
Exactly. I mean, taking that aside, I mean, this match is just kind of like definitely not my preferred for Scott. Like, but I mean, I don't know. I guess I wouldn't complain. I mean, other than that, I wouldn't complain if this happened, but I would prefer others for Scott. So,
I mean, my lack of investment in either, and my lack of knowledge in Konosuba kind of gets in the way of me like really liking this match. Also, I mean, I don't know if this has anything to do with Kazuma specifically, because again, I don't know Konosuba, but I know when we were, I'm not gonna say if it's there or not, but we were brainstorming bonus blogs for the season break, and one that came up was the Konosuba crew versus Team Juniper from Ruby.
Interesting.
I'm not going to say if it was there. I will say the reason why we were considering it is because I promised someone that we would get a Ruby blog during the season break. I promised I would push for a Ruby blog because we need to get calcs and scaling sorted. But yeah, apart from that, I got nothing, and I also just prefer Scott versus Travis. I know it's like a super big stomp nowadays, but
yeah.
But I also really don't care.
Exactly. I mean, same for me, but add Scott the Waz as well as Travis, and give no context. Next.
All right, well, X versus Primal won this batch. It moves on to the semifinals, and as you can imagine, I was a little excited.
Yeah.
So, anyways, how about week 7? That just got revealed today. That should date when we're recording this. And all right. I'm just gonna be upfront. This is probably one of the most stacked batches we've gotten. I mean, you know, it's a little crazy when we start with Spike versus Revy.
Just hey, Meatloaf Man.
Yeah. I literally went to Twitter while we were talking, and I see him I see him post vote Spike versus Revy.
Yep.
And I'm just like, I really wish I did. I really wish I could, but some of these other matches, man.
Yeah.
But anyways, I'm still down for it. It seems like a classic anime comparison. We talked about this when Ray was on.
Yeah.
Do you need us to give our opinions on it?
TLDR is cool.
Yeah, TLDR is cool, and I want Spike. And I want Spike to win because Steve Bloom.
Exactly. Cool.
If you didn't get all that, then you didn't watch our podcast when Ray was on, and if you didn't do that, then why?
Yeah. Be sure to watch all our episodes. Not biased or anything. Anyway.
No, definitely not. Hulk versus Godzilla, aka the one that people think is super random. I don't understand that.
I can understand from the thing Hulk already got a second episode. Why does he need a third one? I can. Which I'm kind of in the same camp, admittedly, but I don't know. This still sounds sick.
I will say, I don't remember who said it, and even if I did, I don't think I would tell you. One of the researchers said that if they were to do Hulk again, they would do better than they did with Broly. So I guess I could see that being a reason to bring Hulk back again.
Fair enough. I know. I guess Hulk versus Broly can be kind of divisive, but
yeah. And if you are going to give Hulk another match, I'd say Godzilla is probably your best bet.
Oh yeah, it would be cool.
It's pretty cool, yeah. And
hey, are you gonna say no to Godzilla being in Death Battle again?
I was gonna say yeah. It's been how long since Gamera?
Yeah.
I think 8 years. No, 9 years. Yeah, 9 years.
I hate you for answering that question.
You're welcome.
So I will say, currently it doesn't have my vote, but ask me tomorrow, I might change my vote to this. And the reason why, A, because I think it's cool. B, a scene that Chad brought up on cast is super freaking appealing to me. It's basically the camera is wide out, all you see is Godzilla, but he's getting thrown around like a rag doll because Hulk is grabbing onto his tail and just Lokiing him. But you don't see him. All you see is Godzilla, and he's just flopping around the city. That sounds really ridiculous. That sounds kind of raw, actually. And I want it. So even if this doesn't win, please do it.
Yeah, please. Yeah, and yeah, please do this, and please do this over Bowser Godzilla. Please, 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 please. If you're gonna bring Godzilla back, that is, please do this instead of Bowser Godzilla. That's all I ask.
Yeah. I know Hulk Asura was like the trinity of Hulk matches. It was him, Broly, and Doomsday, and Asura's the only one that hasn't happened yet. But A, Asura's kind of moved on to Kratos at this point, and B, I just never, and B, honestly, never really found Hulk versus Asura that appealing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I guess I guess I could, if it happened, I guess it would be kind of cool, but I don't know. At the time I would have taken it over Broly, but that's because at the time it was Z Broly, and everybody hates Z Broly.
Yeah.
But yeah. But either way, nowadays I'm full on Team Hulk versus Godzilla. If you're going to bring either of them back,
yeah, agreed.
So and it's crazy that this isn't even the one that has my vote. The next one is Yeah. How does Palpatine versus Xehanort sound? Do you guys like Yoda versus King Mickey? If the answer is no, then I think you're a crazy person, but I also respect your opinion.
No, this sounds sick as hell.
Yeah.
Raw.
Honestly, because I was debating in my head like between like this one and Hulk vs. Godzilla, then I saw Liam say like vote for this one so that I can voice Sheev again. I'm like, all right, bet.
Yeah.
So
he was good in that.
So yeah, I kind of this match has my vote for that alone. Also bring Billy back as Xehanort. He was really good. He sounded really close to Leonard Nimoy.
Same.
Also, yeah, this fight just sounds raw. I'm imagining Yoda versus Mickey was good. The DBX on this match was good. I'm just imagining something that's better, because the DBX, I always viewed the DBX as like a prototype, basically, of like what they could do if this were a death battle. And that's kind of why it's not the DBX. I love the DBX, but it doesn't go like as crazy as it probably could have. And I imagine the reason why is because, again, they want to save it because they know how requested this is.
Yeah.
So, yes, Palpatine versus Xehanort. Let's do it.
Do it. Agreed.
This is probably the next, either this or Han Kirk is probably the next big Star Wars fight. Let's be real.
Yep.
Yeah.
Although I guess Ahsoka Psylocke has also been picking up some traction lately, which I think is kind of cool. But it's these two. Let's be real. Although I guess I said that after Yoda Mickey, and then we got Boba Predator between and Vader Obito, which I thought was the next big Star Wars fight. But oops.
Whoopsie.
Whoopsie.
We got it eventually. So it's fine.
Sometimes you must expect the unexpected when it comes to death battle.
True.
Mm-hmm.
And then last but not least is Ellie versus Clementine.
Which is also pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm into it. I actually recently watched the Last of Us series, and it is basically perfect.
Yeah.
Look, if you like the first game, and I imagine you do, I don't think you'll have any complaints with the series. I'm scared to death of season 2, but we're not going to get into that. Anyways, matchup's cool. Clementine wins, and you all need to get over that. Apparently the blog had a lot of discourse on this one for some reason. I thought it was kind of obvious that Clementine wins, but I guess I was wrong.
You were wrong, sir.
I say this as someone who actually would rather Ellie win, even though I hate her in The Last of Us 2.
Yeah, well.
Anyways, yeah, cool fight. I want it.
Cool. It's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. I love it.
Sweet. I'm glad we were able to rapid fire that.
Yeah, cool batches, and we only have one more left.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one more new one.
Yeah, one more new one. One more where we don't know the matches for yet. We'll know before the next episode is recorded, because the joy of doing a bi-weekly podcast.
Yep. So if they're announced by the time, we'll get to them soon.
Yeah. It makes me wonder. It does make me wonder how we're going to handle this next time, because we already know what week 9 is going to be. And we've already talked about those matches, so I don't know.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
True. Hey, did you think we were done?
And now we've crossed the bridge we should have. And now we crossed the bridge we should have crossed a month ago.
Longer than that. Actually 2 bridges, because I'm going to do some shilling. And I don't care. You can't stop me. I guess I'm doing two shades of shilling because the first thing we're talking about is something I led the project for. So, hey, the Oxide versus WizPig blog came out like forever ago, and we're finally talking about it.
Yeah. Underrated match. Just saying.
So y'all want to talk about unexpected?
Yeah. Yes. So okay.
So when I'm just gonna say it. When I proposed, I lead this blog. I do as much as I can. I proposed this while we were working on one of the blogs for the second batch during the winter break. And I was like, I could probably get that done relatively quickly. They're both from like, they both have primary appearances in like one game. And like Oxide has like appearances in other games, but they're mostly racing games, so it's like,
shouldn't be that hard.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that hard. And then I hit the wonderful plague of procrastination, and week 3 was starting to roll around, and I was like, shit. So I opened it up, and I was like, all right, anyone who knows these two, come to me. Please help me. Let's get this blog out ASAP. And then we still procrastinated, but you know what? We're not going to get into that.
No, it's out now.
Yeah, it's out now. And I'm going to be honest, when I proposed this and when I was working on it, when I started doing like preliminary research on it, I was 100,000% confident that Oxide was going to win.
I was wondering that.
I was confident that Oxide was going to win. Oops.
Nope.
Freaking.
You were wrong.
Freaking shout out. I don't feel comfortable shouting this guy out, but I'm going to anyway. Radioactive Caffeine. Hi, hello. How you doing? If you're watching this, first off, please shut up about Bill versus Discord on Twitter. It's over. Let it go. Secondly, WizPig owes you a debt for bringing in a freaking ridiculous speed calc for him that basically saved his life.
Yeah, because that was like one of the main factors of him winning, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a racing fight, so.
I mean, yeah.
Apparently speed kills. Go figure. But I thought for sure that like Oxide's like massive like arsenal would overwhelm WizPig. But whoops. And I wasn't like, we probably could have made an easy argument for WizPig scaling to like Mario, but we didn't because I felt kind of uncomfortable about it.
I mean, not like you need it anyway.
I mean, true, but like, I was worried about like, because we scaled Oxide to Crash.
Yeah.
I was a little worried that if Oxide did win, that people would be like, doesn't WizPig scale to Mario? And I felt a little uncomfortable about that because, WizPig only appears in one game.
That's not even a Mario game.
That's
okay. Well,
it's only a Mario game in the sense that it has. It's only a Mario game in the sense that it has a single Mario character in it.
Exactly. Mario himself is not in.
Yeah.
So I get that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Oxide, he shows up in other Crash games that isn't just CTR. Hell, he shows up as a boss in On the Run.
Yep.
Which, granted, yes, is impossible to play now because. Shut up. But it still exists, even though you can't play it. So I felt more comfortable scaling Oxide to Crash than I did scaling WizPig to Mario, but I guess it didn't matter anyway because WizPig was like 4,000 times faster than light because reasons.
Yep.
No. But anyways, yeah. Still, I still want this fight. I will say almost did a script on this one. I was and I'm talking like full script, like Jafar versus Maleficent script. But I figured because I did that script based on that blog we did. Now I'm doing another one. It kind of felt like cheating at that point. Plus, I was working on another one. Foreshadowing. Actually, you know what? Do you guys have anything else to add on Oxide Wizpig, or do we just want to get the foreshadowing out of the way right now?
I mean, all I can say is that I'm very happy with how it's turned out as someone who's been a fan of the match for like a bit now. And yeah, you guys did. I think you guys did really good on it. Uncovered some stuff that even I was unaware of. So yeah, I'm just saying, I'm very happy how this turned out. And people, support this match for the love of gosh.
Yeah, please. This match is still really good. My preferred character lost, but I'm still down.
Exactly. See,
more Crash rep is always a win.
There you go.
We gotta have more Crash in Death Battle than good old Cash Banuka.
Exactly. Also, I find it funny that rubber banding was a weakness for both.
Yeah, it's funny. Rubber banding isn't even that big of a deal in CTR.
Yeah.
Honestly, item RNG is a bigger issue in CTR than rubber band AI, and even that's not that big a deal.
Yeah.
Now I'm just reminded that I really do need to play Diddy Kong Racing. I have an N64 now, so it's not off the table.
There you go. Yeah, do it now.
Yeah, actually, I really do need to pick up games for that thing because I don't have anything for it. I picked it up while I was at RTX, and I never picked up a game for it. You know what's funny? This is completely off topic. I hate going off topic this late in, but I almost picked up a copy of Banjo-Kazooie for it. But you want to know what the problem was? It was a Japanese copy, and it wasn't a Japanese N64.
That's a noof. Well, there's always online shopping. There's always online shopping, but you gotta be careful with that.
There is a local retro game store.
That too.
So I'll probably just consult them.
There you go. All right, back on track.
Yeah. So.
On track. Anyway.
So. Here's the foreshadowing. I did another script. It's cool. Y'all should read it. And we're gonna talk about it now. If you haven't read it by this point, even though it's linked in literally all of my reactions since it's been out, tough.
Exactly.
Pause the video, go read it, because I'm about to spoil the shit out of it.
Yep.
So Shantae versus Lilac.
Yeah.
It's finally out. Thank God.
There you go. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised.
I bet. Honestly, I am. I am too.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess I'll ask, since I wanted to ask this with Wizpig as well. How did I do that? Were you going into this with the expectation of Lilac winning?
No.
I'm guessing not. Okay.
But the reason why is because I had heard nothing about any sort of like stat boosts from Freedom Planet 2. So I had just assumed that Freedom Planet 2 added basically nothing, apart from just like obviously, lore and story. Because obviously, as a game, you prioritize those over versus stats. But then freaking so I started to get like I'm trying to think like when did I like really start thinking maybe there's more into this than I thought. and I think it was when, like, while I was playing the first Freedom Planet for the first time in a while, I had forgotten completely about Lilac's elemental shields. And I was like, oh, okay, you know, I guess I could. Those could be good. Those could be good counters to Shantae's elemental magic. Yeah. But even then, I was still like, well, hold on. None of that matters if Shantae is just that much more powerful. Because I didn't hear very many impressive strength feats from Freedom Planet 1. The best I got was like, don't remember the calc. I didn't use it because I wasn't sure on it myself. It was like building level from that claw thing dragging itself across a wall. It was a versus battles wiki calc, and I got like no. I tried asking people, like, consulting people, like, hey, is this calc legit? I got nothing. No one got back to me about it, so I was just like, I'm just gonna hope that there's something better from either later on in this game or from Freedom Planet 2. In fact, it's kind of a theme with this script as a whole. Have you noticed that there is not a single calc in it? Like, there's not many numbers in it. Yeah. And that's because, well, for one, I didn't think they were necessary because I think the descriptions kind of say all you need.
Yeah.
But also, I wasn't sure on any numbers I had either found myself or found on, like, Versus Battles Wiki. Because I say found myself, I actually did a couple speed calcs myself for the script.
Oh, nice.
I didn't include them. I did have them in a pop-up. I mentioned it later in the recap that they both have potential laser dodging feats. I calced those, assuming that they were laser dodging, assuming they were actual lasers. I didn't include them because I wasn't confident on them being lasers, because I like with laser feats you kind of have to be a little strict, like because I was thinking, like, okay, well, I mean, there isn't really anything to disprove them, but that's not the problem. The problem is that you have to prove that they are lasers, not that, not the other way around. So I was like, okay. I will say, if taken literally, I did say that it would close the speed gap. What I didn't say is that it would actually slightly tip the advantage in Shantae's favor. Because the one I got for Shantae, it was from what's the third game? Pirate's Curse?
I think so, yeah.
Can you tell it's been a while since I've researched this fight?
One
of the early bosses in the game, it is, I shit you not, a sentient floating eyeball that shoots energy beams and lasers.
Yeah, sure.
Would you believe me if I said that's not the weirdest thing in Shantae? Anyways, when I calced that, I got 30% speed of light, which is pretty good. For Lilac, it comes from Freedom Planet 1. It's from, like, one of the mini bosses. I forget when specifically. Again, been a while. But the mini boss also doesn't. The mini bosses don't have names, which is also super annoying. But anyways, when I got that, I got around 23% the speed of light.
Damn.
So I was worried that if I didn't include them and I gave Lilac the speed advantage, which I did, that I would feel like, well, why are you, like, ignoring this? Because again, I wasn't super confident on whether or not they were actual lasers. Also, that small of a speed gap is not going to make up for on average island level versus on average moon level.
Exactly. So. And to my knowledge, I mean, to my knowledge, I don't think you mentioned Shantae having any like hacks ability that would like.
No.
Be able to put down.
No,
Lilacs. I mean, yeah.
No, she doesn't. Among her repertoire of magic, which believe me, she has a lot. Nothing that bypasses durability.
Exactly.
And in fact, I was really surprised at how much Lilac's shields, like, really hard countered a lot of Shantae's magic. Like she has a fire shield, making Shantae's fire magic completely useless. What were some of the other ones I mentioned? The wood shield, which would counter the spider forms, venom blobs. The storm puffs and pike balls get countered by the metal shield, so on. And the thing about the shields, I don't think I mentioned this, is that how they work is that they are basically immune to whatever element they're protective against. When they're hit by something that's not their element, they still protect Lilac, but they will dissipate after like a couple hits. But
that's pretty helpful.
Yeah, but again, all that doesn't matter because Lilac's battle with Murga, who is the main villain of Freedom Planet 2, literally destroyed a giant mechanical dragon that threatened to destroy Avarice's moon. Now, again, I was kind of like skeptical on it because, like, I don't know how big Avarice is as a planet, and therefore I don't know how big its moon is. I kind of just assumed that, like, Avarice is Earth-sized, and therefore its moon is the moon-sized. Again, it's an assumption, but I literally don't have anything to work off of. But at the same time, it's very funny how similar these feats are. Shantae's battle with the Empress Siren in Shantae and the Seven Sirens destroyed an airship that threatened to destroy Siren Island. Again, it's probably a really small island. It looks more like a vacation type island. So it's probably not even like full on island size, but even if it was, it's an island versus a moon.
Okay.
It's really that easy.
Yeah, I've seen people give Shantae Island a level regardless.
Yeah.
So even if it's not, I'm sure it adds up. It's not as large as an island. That is.
The only thing I will say that I think I should have done was I should have tried to find a calc for the Pirate Master, his storm in Pirate's Curse. I didn't. I don't know how. But I think
I don't remember. I don't remember any numbers, but I don't think they would get up to like moon.
No, probably not. No. I'm just wondering if they get higher. They probably don't. Just eyeballing it, but I would wonder if they get higher than Island. The problem is I don't know the first thing about calcing storm feats, so that's probably why I didn't do it. But but I kind of assumed, and maybe this is wrong, that in order to get a good measurement on storm feats, you would need its time frame, like how quickly the storm was made to get its kinetic energy. The problem is we don't get that. It kind of feels like there's a bit of a time skip between when the Pirate Master was released into the world and when his storm surrounded Scuttletown. Because there's also like the traveling that Shantae and Risky do. By boat, by the way. So I don't know. Maybe there's a way. I doubt it beats Lilac. So
probably not. Okay.
So Yeah. So, surprise, Lilac wins.
Yeah.
And honestly, this one was a lot of fun to work on.
That's good.
And it was fun. Even though I procrastinated a lot during the research, it was still fun to do because, man, these two are such good characters. I love them both.
They really are when I know them.
I've gained like so much. Like I didn't have anything against Shantae. I just hadn't played her games. And to be fair, I still hadn't. Shout out to MaxaFeed Trades and K-Wings Let's Play for their Let's Plays on the Shantae series. I watched those to research Shantae.
Cool.
But doing so has given me so much respect for Shantae as a character. She is so charming.
There you go.
And her being voiced by Christina V also definitely helps.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, I'll ask you guys what you thought about it in a second, but the last thing I want to point out is that during the research process, I have made a great discovery that is probably common knowledge to every single Shantae fan in the world, but it is news to me because this was kind of my gateway into the series. Dance Through the Danger is freaking amazing.
Yeah, all of the yes. Yeah, that's a freaking bop.
It is such a good track, and I had to reference it in if you read the last line in Shantae's analysis, you know. Yeah. I had to reference it.
Yeah, there you go.
So
yeah, it's a cute little combo.
Yeah. So what I mean, you guys did read it, right? I mean, ZDogg, I knew you. I guess you read it because you know who won, but
yeah.
But what?
I have not read it.
Oh, you're freaking cringe. I'm just kidding.
I'm sorry, I've been busy.
I'm just kidding.
I know.
But I guess ZDogg, what did you think of it?
I thought it was pretty cute. I like the really enjoyed the cutaway gag for Shantae. That was pretty fun.
Did you get the? I tried to be subtle about it. Did you get the reference? What he's dancing? Did you get the? Did you get the reference to the dance he does?
Vaguely.
Okay, I'm not going to say what it's a reference to. Reread it. You'll probably understand.
Okay. Oh, I think I literally just got it, actually. I'm thinking about
if you do get it, don't spoil it because I want Richard to read it because I think he'll get it more than you do.
Yeah.
I think he'll get a better laugh at it more than you will.
Well.
But what did you think of like the fight? Because that was a process to work on.
I thought it was pretty cool. Yeah.
Have you played? How knowledgeable are you on Freedom Planet 2? Because that's where a lot of the inspiration came from.
Oh well, not at all.
Okay, cool. Because they fight in an arena that's the Battlesphere. Yeah. That is a thing from Freedom Planet 2, and the character the announcer Igor.
Igor.
That's a character. That's the announcer from Freedom Planet 2. That's the actual announcer from the Battlesphere.
Nice.
Fun fact: if memory serves me correct, again, it's been a while. Igor was voiced by Chris Guerrero.
Really? Huh.
Yeah.
Damn.
So there's that for you.
Yeah.
In fact, you probably knew this already, but Richard probably didn't. Lilac is voiced by Donna Bennett, who's the voice of Jean and Naruto in their Death Battle appearances.
Nice.
As well as a bunch of other shit. But that goes without saying.
Of course.
Both Dawn and Christina V are such. They seem like I've grown so much respect for them. I didn't know that Lilac was Dawn's first major role. That caught me Dawn posted that on Twitter while I was writing, and I was like, wait, what?
Yeah. Gosh. Yeah, the more you know. And you know what? You know what? Funny thing. Did you see who Did you see who some of her most recent roles are?
No. What? Oh no, she's Nabbit, isn't she?
Yeah, she's Nabbit.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Wonder.
Yeah.
And also the voice of Igus in P3. Or she's going to be the voice of Igus in P3.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's cool.
So yeah, that's cool. Crazy. It's crazy how far some death battle actors have gone, especially because we have her, or whatever she goes by. Apologies.
I think she has she, they. Hold on. She probably has them on Twitter. Give me a second.
All right. Well, apologies either way. But no, between that and freaking Gazelle from Kilo Misaka, because they're the voice of Daisy.
Oh, it's true. Yeah. Her pronouns are she, her. Okay, never mind.
Okay, yeah. Well, still, both of them, crazy how far they've gotten, or
yeah,
from Death Battle. I don't know, just cool to see voice actors from Death Battle go far, especially if they're their first role might have been Death Battle. Just crazy.
Yeah. Cough, Erica Mendez.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, okay.
No, it's just.
Last thing I do want to bring up before I mention one more thing about my scripts, and this isn't it won't be Shantae Lilac related. The results screen that I have in the verdict section, that little art that's in there, I made that.
Hey, yeah, nice.
That was an interesting process because I don't do a lot of sprite art. I still don't. This was kind of like a in the moment sort of thing, because like I said for Jafar vs. Maleficent, is that I'm trying to make these as official looking as possible, and that includes getting a glimpse at the combatants together fighting during the result screen. I kind of got away with that with Jafar vs. Maleficent because they both show up in Kingdom Hearts, but this one was tricky because all the sprite art that I found on Google either don't use Lilac's design from Freedom Planet 2, or don't have the fight take place in the battlesphere.
Yeah.
So I was like, shit. Okay. So I just put that together pretty quick. It's not my best work, but it didn't need to be. All it needed to do was get the job done.
Ultimately, it looks pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, and I wanted to make it emulate a scene from the fight. It's when Shantae is literally running circles around, or Lilac is running circles around Shantae. What my mind kind of harkened back to was when Sonic did it to Mario in the rematch.
Oh yeah.
That's kind of what was rolling through my head, except it's on a sprite plane now. Yeah, I also put in a one of the shield crystals at the top of one of those hills, just for fun.
Nice.
There's a bit of a wink, wink, nudge, nudge sort of thing. I think there was another one. I don't remember, but it got cut off by the border. But who freaking cares? I don't. I made the damn thing.
Yeah, if you don't care, then why should we?
Yeah. I guess I could go into more detail, but that would make this a 5-hour long podcast, and we don't need that. Okay. Last semi-topic, I guess it's still script related, but it's not Shantae Lilac related, is what my next script is. Because I never got the chance to shill it, because I never got the chance to shill this one.
Yeah, so you can finally do it.
Yeah. I announced it on Twitter, and I announced it on some Discord servers. My next script, apparently I like analyzing. That's no. You know what? I was gonna finish that sentence, but nope. My next script is it's Penny Polendina from RWBY versus Alyssa Boskanovich from Tekken.
Is that how it's pronounced? I thought it was Boskanovich.
I don't know. English to Japanese and vice versa. Translation can get weird.
Fair enough. Well, whatever. Wow, Brob is working on a RWBY script. Who would have guessed?
Who would have guessed?
And this one?
So,
really?
I picked this one. I had a lot of different ideas for a RWBY script. Shocker, I know.
Yeah. To be fair, you could also be doing multiple ones.
So I'll say right now that probably not, because I have like a seasonal thing planned. Again, I want to make this as official as possible, and that goes into the lineup. So, and typically what happens, keyword is typically, is that usually, unless it's like Marvel and DC, because obviously, typically franchises don't get represented on a season more than once. And usually
there are some exceptions, but
yeah, and usually when they do, it's like when they do, it's like kind of, I don't want to say specific circumstances, but it's like it's more obvious picks like Dragon Ball. Like it would make more sense for for Dragon Ball to get more than one rep over something like RWBY.
Exactly.
So I felt the need. Plus, if I didn't restrain myself like that, I'd be doing a bunch of RWBY matches. So I had I was restraining myself. So I was restraining myself to one, and I had a bunch in mind. Jean versus Sokka came up because I just think that match is fun. I also thought about Pyrrha versus Kakyoin from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
That's one I haven't heard in a while.
Yeah. But I thought about that because debate for that one kind of spiked up and got a little interesting, but then I was like, I don't know, arguments came up and it kind of made me realize that some of those like win conditions for Pyrrha were a bit too specific, and I didn't want like I was going to choose that match because I was like I can make an I wonder if I can make an interesting case for Pyrrha to stand a chance, and all the arguments I thought of were just too situational. So, or too situational, too like specific, and I didn't really want to do Pyrrha like that. So, so I was like, okay, we got to think of something else now. It kind of turned me off a little bit. I guess I could have like done, I could have just done like Pyrrha versus Carolina because I like that match more, but at that point it was like, one controls magnetism, the other wears a metal suit. Gee, I wonder who wins. I could still probably make that fight cool, but it wouldn't be suspenseful because it's like, gee, I wonder. So, but then I remembered that Penny versus Alyssa was kind of like a big thing for a while, more specifically during like the first 3 volumes of RWBY. But I think after spoiler alert. Well, I say spoiler alert. Volume 7 and 8 have been out for a while. Screw it. Penny came back to life, and when she did, requests for her to be in Death Battle have kind of sparked back up a little bit. The problem was that after, again, spoiler alert, she became a maiden. She is the Winter Maiden.
Nice.
Alyssa kind of what's the word I'm looking for?
Died down.
Yeah, died down. Yeah, that's the one. I think I know like Mac from Power Rangers and Zane from Ninjago.
Zane, yeah.
Were they picked up some traction instead. But I don't know. Something was just like something was always like gripping me back to Alyssa, and maybe it's because I want to get. Maybe it's because I wanted to get myself more invested in Tekken lore.
Okay, fair enough.
Because another side benefit to doing these is that I get more invested in franchises that I've either heard of but weren't too into, or stuff I've never heard of before, or stuff I'm not crazy familiar with.
You better do a skull growth after eventually. I'm just saying. And what?
I mean, Shantae was another one. So for the most part, this is an excuse for me to get into Tekken. Apart from playing, I have played Tekken 7, but I didn't really get too invested in the lore. So I just played this. I just played the story and was like, "Oh, this is neat."
Yeah, it's fair enough. Correct me if I'm wrong though, because I could be wrong. Isn't this also kind of like in the same vein of like Yang Tifa, where like Penny took some inspiration from Penny or from Alyssa?
I actually don't remember what. I mean, Ruby's more like fairy tale inspired. Like Penny is officially inspired by Pinocchio. In fact, her father Pietro is, if you couldn't tell, is based on Geppetto. But you know what's funny is that I didn't even realize it, is that I forget all the details. Oh, Richard left. I guess he was done. Dr. Boskanovich, her Alyssa's creator and father.
Yeah.
I might be getting my details wrong. It's been a while since I saw this. Like, has like the nickname Geppetto. So I was like, oh hey, look, Alyssa's inspired by Pinocchio too.
There you go. All right. Well, I might have been mishearing this, but I thought I saw somewhere where like Penny took like at least some inspiration from Alyssa. So it's that whole original versus inspiration thing esque.
That might be the case. I don't know. But yeah, cool.
I could be wrong, but that's just for what I remember hearing. So
yeah. So at the moment, what I have done for research, the research is not done. I've been procrastination is a hell of a drug.
Yep.
You know what? This might surprise you. I have more work done on Alyssa than I do Penny.
Yes.
I mean, okay. Part of the reason why is because Alyssa shows up kind of late in the Tekken series. Alyssa's first appearance is in Tekken 6. So the main things I've been looking at recently have been Tekken 6 and 7, obviously. I did look into Tekken Blood Vengeance. I actually watched that movie for the first time. It's pretty good.
That's what it is.
And I haven't dug too deep into it, but I will be looking into Tekken Tag Tournament, Tekken Tag Tournament 2. I am fully aware that both Blood Vengeance and Tag Tournament are like have like very, 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 very debatable levels of canon. But to compensate for that, I will for Penny. Well, A for Penny and B just so I have notes for for future reference. I'm basically gonna be binging all of RWBY. Just so I have notes on not only her but like everybody. Because if there's one series I want to be like like an expert on when it comes to research, it's probably RWBY. Like I want to be the guy that has like all the notes. Like Ultra has like notes on like the entirety of the Dragon Ball franchise, like literally everything. I want to be like that, but for RWBY.
Valid.
Now for Penny specifically, I'm gonna dial it back a little bit. Like I'm not gonna look into like the manga or the DC comics. I will be looking into Ice Queendom again. Debatable levels of canon. But officially, Ice Queendom is considered canon adjacent, and the way you consider the way you can take that is that it's canon until it's not. It just means that events from it won't be referenced in the main show. But obviously that doesn't mean it's like. I think officially. It's been a while since I didn't finish Ice Queendom when it was coming out because I the first 3 episodes, the third episode in particular was kind of turning me off. The first 3 episodes are like retellings of some of the color trailers and the first volume. Meanwhile, the rest of it is its own story that leads into volume 2. In fact, I didn't watch it, but I think one of the last things that happened in Ice Queendom is the food fight from volume 2. So that's fun. But I will be looking into that to kind of like. A, because I feel like there's no reason not to, and B, to kind of like compensate for looking into Blood Vengeance and Tag Tournament.
Are you gonna include the Netflix show? I don't even know if Alyssa appears in that.
A Bloodline? I might watch it just in case, but I don't think it'll give me much.
Sure.
And I've also been kind of like debating on looking into the other Tekken games anyway, even though I don't think they'll add much for Alyssa specifically. And the reason why I'm skeptical on that is because, as far as I know, again, research hasn't been done yet, so don't take this as me like confirming or deconfirming anything. But as far as I know, as far as I've seen, Alyssa doesn't like get like full scaling to like everything. The closest I've seen, when I say everything, I'm talking like Mishima tier. The closest I've seen is that she does battle Lars, but it was while she was under she was following her programming from Jin, and B, Lars really didn't want to fight Alyssa, and she still lost. And the weird thing about the really annoying part about fighting game analysis is that because it's a fighting game, you don't really see how easy or hard it was for the person that won, because you are the one fighting them. So I don't know how easy or hard it was for Lars, because that's who you're playing as, and Alyssa still loses even though she's like under orders to protect Jin and kill Lars. But the reason why that's important is because Lars in Tekken 7 battles Kazuya. I think he battles Jin too. I could be wrong about that. It's been a hot minute. But But what's important about that is that, well, first off, I don't think Kazuya ever goes into his devil form, which is a huge factor. And B, again, I don't know like the full context of their battle because we don't see it because fighting games.
Fighting games. Yeah.
That's all I'm comfortable commenting on for scaling right now because I know like the big argument when I asked who people think is winning this in the Death Battle Discord server, like the main answer I always saw was that if Alyssa scales to Jack units, she probably wins. I'm not gonna, and I don't feel comfortable saying whether or not she does, and I don't feel comfortable saying whether or not it will matter. I'm not comfortable saying whether or not that argument is true. Because another thing too is that I kind of alluded to it earlier, but Ruby calcs are kind of in a weird position right now.
Yeah, maybe best to double check that.
So assuming a lot of the big ones work out, because it's especially important for Penny because she's a maiden, and she would get basically everything that isn't like the God of Darkness blowing, like yeeting the moon. That's not even a spoiler for you because I know you've watched Volume 6.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but obviously Penny wouldn't get that, but she'd get like basically everything else because she's a maiden. So if certain calcs work out, then it makes me wonder if Jack scaling matters. If Jack scaling would be enough. But I also am not. My memory's failing a little bit on what Jack units get. So, like I know what feats they get, but I don't remember the values for them.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember those off the top of my head.
But I could see like a tiptoe basically. I will say, and I said this. I gave this away for Shantae Lilac when we were discussing like predictions for that. Like my preliminary guess. And it was Alyssa. Even though, as you can imagine, I really do want Penny to win.
Yeah, I wonder why. I mean, from my knowledge of Boa... Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, it's this one I won't give away because, well, you might already know, but in case you don't, I'm not gonna say it. This is as far as I'm going to go on spoilers. All I'm going to say is that it's not just because I'm a Ruby fan. It's not just because I do really like. It's not just because I prefer Penny over Alyssa. All I'm going to say is that before the script comes out, I urge you to finish Ruby.
I will try my hardest. But
that's all I can add.
Fair. I mean, I don't want to. We're almost at 5 hours anyway to start our efforts. But I guess just my quick preliminary guess, even though we're not predicting, but whatever. For this isn't counting. From everything I've heard of both stats, it does sound like the Jack unit scaling does sound like it's the main factor. So if I'm gonna take a shot in the dark and say Alyssa, but I mean, hey, you know what? If you find something for Penny winning, I would not complain because it seems cool when Hey,
I saved Lilac, so
true.
If I can save Lilac's life, then anything's possible.
True.
I thought for sure that Shantae was going to win, but.
Yep.
Anyways. So fun. So that's gonna come out eventually, hopefully by the end of the year. That's my hope. And my main hope for that is because if I don't, then that'd be ridiculous. But also we have a bonus blog coming. I'm not going to say what it is, obviously, but we have a bonus blog coming out during the winter that unintentionally like coincides with a future script I'm doing. So if my what's rolling through my head, like planning wise, is that depending on how fast I get this out, which at this rate isn't very likely, is that I might have enough time to get another one out that should be really quick, and then get the one that coincides with that blog. But if not, then what the blog is, it's not, the matchup isn't 1-to-1, kind of. It's complicated. Okay. It is complicated, and you will understand when the blogs are revealed.
Duly noted.
But if I don't get this out fast enough, then I'll just make that one the next one, because it's going to be easy since the research is pretty much going to be done anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, so look forward to that. Smile.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. We're wrapping up. Finally.
Yeah, we are. Yeah. Hopefully I'll be able to get this out in one piece. If not, we'll process it. Get there.
All right, we're gonna wrap up. So hope you guys enjoyed. Hope you enjoyed Gojo versus Makima. If you didn't, let us know how. Hope you're excited for Scooby versus Courage. The guy who was the most excited for this has already left.
It's gonna be good though.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. I say all that. I joke, but I'm okay with it. It's not for me, but I'm looking forward to it. I don't have anything against it. Let us know what you voted for week 6. Yeah, week 6 at the tournament champions. What are you? What are
and 7?
Yeah, what are you voting for week 7? I guess this is going to come out after week 7 anyway. So whoops.
Yeah, but tell us what you did vote for.
What did you vote for? Is basically what we're asking.
Exactly.
And if you haven't read Oxide versus Wizpig or Shantae versus Lilac, please do so. I know we just kind of spoiled the shit out of them, but do it anyway.
Read them anyway. Hard work went into them.
Yeah. And I hope you're looking forward to Penny versus Alyssa. It's going to be a fun one. I have some fun ideas. So, yeah. So with that being said, we're gonna wrap this up. So thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed. If you stuck around this long, you are a psychopath, but I also love you. And we'll talk to you all in the next podcast when that comes out. Bye-bye.
Bye.